Starting to turn the page to the Jets this Wednesday. The Bills will be on the field for practice and will have their first injury report of the week. We'll see what Tre'Davious White is listed at, if there's anybody else added to the injury report as well. That'll come out a little bit later this afternoon. So stay tuned for that. Elsewhere around the NFL, contract yesterday in the league. Christian Watson, wide receiver of the Packers, signs a 1-year, $13 million extension in Green Bay. Eagles defensive tackle Jalen Carter will not be suspended for spitting on Dak Prescott in Week 1. He has been fined $57,000, which is essentially his game check for the incident. In San Francisco, a couple of injury updates for them yesterday. Nothing on Brock Purdy, but Juwan Jennings at wide receiver, he's considered day-to-day with a shoulder injury. The team did place George Kittle on injured reserve, designated to return, so he will miss a minimum of 4 games. The Packers play on Thursday Night Football this week against Washington. Micah Parsons opened up his practice week limited with a back injury, and he's expected to play in Week 2. He played on a pitch count on Sunday in his debut for the team. The Bills, by the way, making a roster move yesterday. They waived punter Brad Robbins, who punted for them on Sunday against the Ravens. They signed Cameron Johnston, formerly of the Steelers, to take his place. Also, they elevated Matt Prater to the active roster. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
All right, Waiver Wednesday, everybody. Happy Waiver Wednesday.
Yeah.
Although we have a league that runs them tonight and not last night.
A guillotine league that does that?
No, the League of
Just
Shopes
a regular league,
yeah. Regular.
I've got a couple of those.
All of our guillotines go last night. You wake up this morning. The real hustlers, the real grinders are the ones that wake up and check in bed before 6 a.m. and see the players that made it all the way through waivers and then just snap up the scraps for free.
Yeah. Oh, the people that I could see the timestamp on it, like 4:26 in the morning.
Yes.
Up. Like, I used to be one of these people. Before I did the morning shift, I would set my alarm for 4:30 in the morning, wake up for 2 minutes, add the players I wanted, go right back to sleep. Perfectly right back to sleep.
The players that cleared waivers, as they say. They should make the NFL do that. That's how it should work. You want a player 4 a.m. is when it opens.
Well, shouldn't they just do the whole thing on an app?
Probably.
Player transactions, and trades.
Are we sure they don't?
No, they do it old school, right? They're using fax machines still, I bet. At the NFL.
No email,
right?
no emails, no group chat.
What's the transaction wire? We always hear about the transaction wire that comes out at 4 o'clock. It feels very old school. I don't think they've got their own intra-GM app where, let me look. Look, the Bean just dropped Robbins. Should maybe give him a call.
Now I have to know how this all works.
You get a notification from the NFL GM's app.
It's not that much to make an app.
No,
they could just use the exact thing they're using that chronicles the why. Just make an app,
right?
With 32 users, and 32 users, and Schefter and Rappaport are on it. That's it. Like, how do these guys know everything?
They're on the app.
They're on the app.
They're on the app.
They have this very secret app that just tells them everything.
Yeah.
Anyway, good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Happy Hump Day. Happy Wednesday. It's we're on to week 2. We'll talk with Sal at 7. Joe Marino at 8:30, Bills and Jets on the way. And less than a month from the Sabres opener. Don't forget about that. Yesterday, the Sabres tweeted that out. Their opener was a month from yesterday.
Yep, and I believe preseason game number 1. I think there's a hockey game at the arena in 13 days.
Okay.
In 13 days, you yourself could go down to the arena and watch them in that uniform. couple of them.
Exciting.
Maybe Thompson will be on the ice, or a couple of them. So, yeah, we're getting there. Prospects Challenge before that, too. So, hockey. Sneaks up on you.
We'll be busy, yeah. We'll be busier. It'll, pass the time between these performances from the Bills, which is kind of what it does for me in the early months. Plenty of people around here that say hockey season begins when football season ends. Sadly, not taking a shot here, often hockey season is also over when football season's over around here. Again, like I said, not trying to take a shot, just speaking reality for, a number of seasons that they've been through. But hopefully this season is different. So, that's the best I got.
Or the Bills will have won the Super Bowl and we won't even care.
I would still care. You
wouldn't care as much.
I would still be mad that next day
the Sabres,
I don't have anything meaningful to watch.
Sabres are on pace for 58 points, but guys, come on, look over here. Look at there's the trophy.
I'd still care.
They just put it up on display outside the new stadium. Let's go. You want to go look at the trophy today? Let's go. I don't know what they do with the trophy. It's not like the cup, right? Where they pass it around, everyone gets their own day.
Take it on the parade route? They do that,
but what about after that?
Then it goes to the building. You get to keep one. Every franchise has one. Every Super Bowl that's won, they keep it. That's how the Packers have theirs on display, right? It's like a state championship trophy that you keep. And if you have a case with 6 of them, then there they are.
I'm talking like a big protective. Maybe you want 24-hour security on the Lombardi Trophy, outside the new stadium, being protected by the big Buffaloes, for instance. And this is it would take an action movie featuring Tom Cruise to get this thing out of there. This thing is locked in. Do that rather than just put it in someone's office. We'll cross that bridge when we get there, I guess.
Yeah. Maybe I'm wrong about all this.
Hopefully.
Maybe they get replicas in the actual Lombardi Trophy.
They make new ones every year, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
But there's one real one because...
the Bills, I think this is the way it works. The Bills would get to keep the one they won. They'll make a new one for next year, and then they'll make another one, and then they'll make another one. I think that's how they've done it.
Yeah.
There's not one trophy.
It's not the cup, no.
No, there's 50 of them.
But is there one that acts as the one that they give at the Super Bowl?
No, I don't think so.
Or is it this is the one we made for you, keep this one right here?
I think it's the one you made for them. Right. Okay. The one that the Eagles hoisted last year, they have put away somewhere, and next, they've already made the one that blank will hoist in 2026.
Feels like it'd be a more responsible way to do it if you made it and said, here's the one to raise for the ceremony. All right, we'll send you yours in a couple days. Go party. Because you'll lose this. If I got a medal walking off a podium, actually, could you hang on to this? Because I'm so happy. I don't want to be responsible for this in the next 48 hours.
Right, there's no keeper of the Lombardi like there is a keeper of the cup.
Right, you're on your own.
Yeah, they just give it to you.
Has a franchise ever had to ask for a new one to be made? There's the fun question. Right?
New, hey, we broke it.
Yeah.
Or we lost it.
You send an email.
Hey, Gronk threw it in the ocean, and we lost it.
I'm sure it's been
bunted it at a Boston Red Sox game. Gronk did. Someone threw a pitch and he put the Lombardi out, and there's a big dent in the football the size of a baseball.
There was a boat parade that Tampa did where Brady got because he threw it from one boat to the next.
Yeah.
That was their COVID boat parade when they won. I remember
because we Googled how deep that channel was and who would go get it.
Right.
Which would have been one of the coolest things we could possibly have lived through to see that. Round-the-clock coverage on NFL Network as they look to recover the trophy.
Yeah, Gronk damaged the trophy by using it for batting practice at Fenway Park in 2019. There also was a 2017 car accident where a deer hit the car that they were transporting to New England, and the trophy it looks slightly dented, but it doesn't look like there's a long list of Lombardi Trophy accidents. Whereas the Cup, I feel like there are. They could just kick back and tell you hours of stories about what the Rangers did to the Cup in '94 and so on and so forth. They dented the Cup last year before it left the ice.
I'm looking at this dent that Gronk put in it for bunting it, and he sure did. He bunted it with the trophy. And the zoom in, you will not be surprised to find out that there is a small baseball-sized dent. It looks just like if I didn't know what had happened, I'd say, did somebody hit that with a baseball? There's a little dent right in the back of it.
And then you would have been correct. That is exactly what happened.
In his defense, it really is some textbook work from Gronk on this bunt. He's in some sort of tent, and I mean, what I'm trying to say is it's a nice bunt. He did well. Mm-hmm. Go check the video if you want. Here we are. It's September 10th. We're talking about the Lombardi Trophy.
And they're 1-0. Yep.
1-0.
And we feel comfortable talking about what they'll do with the trophy. I do.
Not everybody does.
I do.
I got a tweet yesterday. Hey, guys, can we just talk about the Jets? The answer is no. No, we can't just talk about the Jets. How on earth would anybody just talk about the Jets?
The Jets. The Jets who just lost a 48-year-old Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah,
Jets team.
They gave up a ton of points.
At home, by the way. The Jets.
Are we setting ourselves up for one of these very stupid the Bills lose at the Jets games they happen a lot.
I mean,
more than they should.
They could. I'm going to have to settle down, though, because this Lombardi Trophy thing isn't out of nowhere. I'm just driving around yesterday, and I'm listening to Chopin Bulldog talk about the schedule coming up, and it's all laid out for them, right? Like, the schedule, the division. So the Bills are minus 700 to win the AFC East right now after week 1. That is unheard of. So just feeling really good about how it sets up for them. You can talk about what they looked like, but how it sets up for them, I like. And yesterday I'm just driving, what if they went 17-0? What if they just went 17-0?
There we go.
And hey, if they went 20-0 and won the Super Bowl, are they on par with the Chiefs? Because they might have 3, but I've got the perfect season. And now we're it's almost like winning 2.
All this because Dawson Knox deflected a pass to Keon Coleman and kept them in the game.
And Kyle Hamilton jumped 10th of a second too late and didn't block a field.
Yeah, I mean that one to me doesn't really matter much as much. I mean, I know he if it was a 4th and 2 deflection. It wasn't even if that pass falls to the ground, they have another play. If Dawson Knox doesn't tip that pass, maybe Shakir catches it. Maybe not. If he tips it any other direction, maybe it's picked off. I want to be a little careful because they were getting hammered in that game.
Yeah.
Somebody wrote me a message on Twitter, maybe Mo wrote in. I think Baltimore only gave up 40 points because, they're playing Josh Allen and they're pushing blah, blah, blah. I said, I don't think so. I think Baltimore scored 40 because it was easy for them. It was that easy. Mm-hmm. Baltimore was running out the clock in the fourth quarter and breaking long runs. The last Henry touchdown to go to 40 was, holy cow, can you believe they really can't stop them. In fact, if Henry doesn't fumble, the Ravens score the next 3 plays? Maybe not. The Bills didn't get their punt until the very final possession. Right. So anyway, it's all to say it's a great win. It is absolutely all set up for them in the regular season. And it's the kind of game that reminds me what will change our minds or anybody else out there about whether or not they'll do it when it matters. Because 17-0, that sounds great. But 17-0, 16-1, 15-2, if it's the 1 seed, isn't it all the same? You just want the 1 seed. Because 17-0 and not winning the Super Bowl would not be really much to hang your hat on. I know it's an undefeated season.
Right.
But, it's just the way that it works.
No, it'd have to come with the Super Bowl. Or else it wouldn't really matter.
And if it did, would Josh Allen be the GOAT? Because, that's the thing I thought about. You're thinking about the Lombardi Trophy?
Man, the debate culture that they would have for a summer if that happened.
What I thought about last night was, do I have to just accept that for the rest of my life, Tom Brady is the GOAT because he has 7 Super Bowls? And no player that ever played the game that was, as we all watch, we're like, that guy is the best that I've ever watched play it. He doesn't get to be in the conversation because he has to have 7 rings. This was, of course, we're at the risk of LeBron and Jordanifying this debate. But LeBron was supposed to never be able to catch Jordan because he wouldn't get his 6 rings. And he got a bunch.
Got 4.
But he didn't get his 6.
Right.
And he lost a bunch in the finals, which is incredible to get there with some of the teams he had. But rings culture is that man over there. You may speak to me when you have as many rings as that man over there. And for Brady at 7, it's going to be tough. No one's ever able to get in the room with him on who's the best to ever play.
I'm sorry to inform you that for many, there is one gentleman that could throw his hat in the ring on that, but
That's right.
you're not going to want to have that happen.
Okay.
Because it would be Mahomes.
If the other
does he not already have more than, or is he on par with what Brady had at this age if you're just doing it that way?
Probably, but if Mahomes
3-3.
plays the way that he plays the last 2 years and gets to 6, is he in the conversation? I guess he has to be. That's what we do.
That's what we do.
But watching Allen play, how many people would say right now he's the best I've ever watched play the game? Not greatest career, not most accomplished. Mm-hmm. Would you want to say, I've never seen anyone better at the position?
I don't hear that much yet, but doesn't mean it's not deserved. How many people could you say that about, though? Like, would
Peyton
Green...
Manning. I could say it about Peyton Manning.
Peyton Manning, right? And what is that usually met with? I hear that once in a while. I kind of like that argument the most on who's the greatest quarterback ever. Like, okay, this reason. Like, it's Peyton Manning. Like, if I'm just counting rings, not Peyton Manning. But if I'm doing any, like,
statistical
smart analysis,
he won the most MVPs,
like whatever, like it's Peyton Manning. What does that sound like to many? It's Nerd Boy likes Peyton Manning. Like, how about you win a couple?
Right.
Like that's what that sounds like.
Wrap the spreadsheet around your finger.
Right. So is that what Allen is to some extent? I could say he's the greatest I've ever seen play, but I think he's in a group. He's in a group that I would say that about. I would say prime Rodgers and Peyton Manning. Like, there was something about, I would put Lamar in that category as well. Like, those might even be my 4. Where, like, those guys just look different when they're playing at their peak. And I would have said that about Mahomes for 3 years, but I would not have said that about the last 3 years.
No, it's been different.
So that makes it tough, too. Like, I saw Mahomes look like that, and now I don't see Mahomes look like that. Now I see charts where he's got the second most overthrows in the league over a 2-year period. Like, what is that? Is he actually great? Or is the team, whereas Josh is just like, it's undeniable.
Yeah.
Like, he's just doing everything. He's incredible.
803-0550. We'll have Sal at 7 to catch up on Bills Jets. Joe Marino at 8:30. He put out his all-22 review on some of the things that went wrong with the Bills. I watched it. I can give you a little primer as what we'll get to with Joe. Safeties, an issue. He took issue with a couple things from both safeties. Communication, an issue. There are a number of times where the Bills' defense was not really ready for what happened. We can talk about the Bishop blitz, but there's one where Terrell Bernard is kind of signaling to the players what's happening, and the snap happens, and Bernard's not looking at the quarterback or the ball.
Mm-hmm.
He's kind of catching up, so he's late. So, maybe it's not all they're a disaster. It's coach them up here, get them more prepared there. Baltimore had a good game plan, and it won't be 40 points a game, which, of course, like that would be the worst defense of all time. So Joe Marino at 8:30. And one other thing I'm eager to get to, and sometimes we're eager for the season to play out. Sometimes we're eager. The Keon Coleman, this is one thing I predicted. The Keon Coleman debate/discourse will be healthy and infuriating for a lot of people. Mm-hmm. Because I don't know if you saw yesterday, there is an account that grades separation score and route win rate and all this, and they gave
fantasy points.
Okay,
I think. Yeah.
And they gave Coleman like nothing.
Right.
He did not separate well. He did not win his routes. And I saw Ian Hartitz, fantasy writer, post a couple clips of tape. Like, you're telling me these routes aren't wins?
It was that last play. The last play he had.
It was more than that. It was like 5 routes.
But like the first video he sent was
the video included 5 different plays.
Were there?
Yeah,
okay.
there was a bunch. Yeah. But the first clip on the video was the final route.
Yep.
And there were a couple of, or maybe you're right, and maybe the response was 5 routes where he's given a cushion, and basically Fantasy Points responded with, we don't give a receiver credit for separation if the separation is granted at the start of the play. Like, if there's 9 yards of separation on a soft zone, we don't give a receiver credit for keeping 9 yards. But whatever.
Right, he summarized with none of the separation was earned by Coleman. It was given by the defense.
Yes. So I hope you're ready for that discourse for his entire career. Because at the end of the day, if he ends up with 1,800 yards and 0 yards of separation, no one cares, right? But no one cares.
But he's not going to be in game situations like that.
Oh, I understand that.
Yeah.
That's where the debate will come
He'll get 1,800 yards if they're the Bengals, and they're giving up 40 points a game.
He'll get 1,800 yards in that scenario. He'll get 1,800 yards if Josh Allen is endlessly in the scramble drill, because there's a lot of that in there too, right? The 4th and 2, the one we're talking about, the tip pass, that's a scramble drill. That's Allen extending the play on 4th and 2. And it's a touchdown and, 15 yards or whatever it is? Anyway, the Keon Coleman debate is coming for you and your family, because it's going to be all about how he doesn't separate, but he puts up stats. And I'm ready to say, you don't have to care about it totally. It might come up. It might be an issue along the way. But, when they win a game and he puts up 112, take it. Take it. Take that all day. Anyway, 803-0550. So we'll see what Joe had to say about Keon Coleman and the Bills' offense as well, because Coleman had what do you have, 1 target in the first 3 quarters of the game?
I think so.
Right. Baltimore decides a little bit to say, let's play soft zone. And that was a mistake for them. Anyway, 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 to join us. I also saw Kevin Cole. It's power ranking season. He has the Ravens number 1, the Bills number 2. Might make you mad out there. Maybe you think that's right. It was a heck of a game. Paul in Akron. Hey, Paul, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Nice to talk to you guys. The newly proclaimed Jerry and Joe show. But I wanted to talk about Tom Brady and being the GOAT and comparing them, because I think there should be an asterisk there. Yeah, the 6 Super Bowls count. He was there. He won them. But how much should we, take credibility? How many times does a thief steal before he gets caught? They were cheating. How long were they cheating? We don't know. They knew defensive plays to a lot of the teams they played, especially Buffalo was one of the worst ones. You take divisions by cheating and getting to the Super Bowl that way. So there should be kind of an asterisk there for cheating. That's just my opinion. Every time I hear about it, it's like, that guy cheated. And how long do we know that he cheated? And the commissioner destroyed evidence because it was so, detrimental to the league. If this would have got out, we need to get rid of this. So that's just like a kid having something behind his back. What do you got? And he says nothing. That's just me. But, there should be an asterisk there. That's what I wanted to say, guys. You have a good morning. Thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks, Paul. Yep. Yeah, I'll listen to that. It's not like it was the only one time, right? It wasn't just Spygate. It wasn't just Deflategate. They got caught videotaping the Bengals sideline 4 years ago, didn't they? Wasn't it Brady's last year that happened? Mm-hmm. And then there's the Bengals security guy oh, no, guys, you're busted. We're not deleting this. They could have been circumventing the cap with the Brady TB12 nonsense, where he's got teammates paying for stuff. So, yeah, we don't really do asterisks in sports, but I'll want to mention it every time. Yes, there's 5 different things to look at. There's a book. You see the book out here in our lobby? Yeah, what is that book? It's
we're doing
Brady's on the cover, isn't he?
He is.
Yeah.
It's a book about Brady's. It's called Tarnished, Tom Brady's Search for a Legitimate Super Bowl or something like that. Mm-hmm. Because somewhere in the last 25 years in this building, someone would have sent that book to somebody here. We're rearranging our offices, and there's a lot going on. And people are unearthing, hey, look at this box of this and box of that. And there's a book on the table that, you know what, Paul? Maybe you want this book. It's all about how Brady's entire legacy is tarnished. And the picture on the cover is a caricature of him. It's kind of goofy. It's funny. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Still kind of, this is where I say the thing I always say, which is that asterisks in sports aren't real. They don't put asterisks on anything. There's nothing that is actually given that. Nothing. No, this is why guys like Paul, the asterisk is just giving it life for the rest of the time. That's it. Hey, remember they cheated though. 4 times. Probably. Maybe. That we know of. And yet, that conversation we had at the start of the segment with all those Lombardi trophies that sit there, they're still there. Although theirs dented. That's right. There's your asterisk. There, the dented trophy. That should be the NFL's nah, you guys did deflate, but we're not giving you another one. That's your trophy. You know what they should do? It's your dinged up Gronk trophy. That's yours for now. Your penalty is we're going to bunt with all of them. Are all going to get dented. That's the asterisk. Goodell, before handing it to Kraft, just slams it on the table. There you go. As hard as he can. Dented. 803-0550 and 1-888-552-550. Sal at 7. See if, the clean injury report we kind of expect, to see how things go and who might be a little closer to returning. You got a couple players on IR and suspension, so won't be any updates there, including Tyler Bass on IR. So Matt Prater to the active roster, so he'll be kicking for 4 games. Before it was, Bass was already on the IR. It was a matter of whether or not Prater would stick. And he will for 4 games because of what he did. So, yeah, Sal at 7. And then 8:30, Joe Marino, your calls along the way. I also have a little bit of a goofy question about, we're thinking about all these things, Super Bowls, blah, 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 blah. I have a question that'll, whatever. I'll just get to it about whether or not you're able to enjoy this stuff or you're too eager to get to the end of the story. That's coming up. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
Sal yesterday with me said, and he said this a couple times, that the Bills kind of want to be, this is what they were trying to do in the first half. They want to be as he described it, a low-event team.
Right.
And
is that a good idea?
No. I can't imagine that when you have this quarterback that let me limit the amount of things that happen in a football game. Basically, is what that sounds like to me. When you're going to have the advantage at the most important position every game of the season, except for the one you just played where it's even or it's a push. So, no, I think I would want as many as possible. Because I think the bad teams would want. That's how the Giants do it in Super Bowl 25. That's
usually how underdogs play.
Underdogs play
that way.
Right. So I don't think I'd want the Bills to play that way.
But they played that way last year, and it worked very well.
They
for
did,
them, right? They played that way, and they won a lot of games. They got to the playoffs, and against Baltimore, that worked pretty well.
They've won the turnover battle 25 games in a row now.
That's pretty good.
Yeah,
you're going to win a lot of games if you do that. Is low event only turnovers? Because they dig themselves a double-digit hole against Baltimore with no turnovers.
No.
They had punts. That's what they had, right? You had a couple of punts. Your defense, of course, was a big part of that. If you had an average defense in that game, maybe it feels a little bit different. But, the low-event conversation is one we've had before. I, of course, always go back to that Kansas City playoff game when A.J. Klein's playing linebacker. That's a reason why you would, all right, let's make this a low-event game. Here's why we should do it. We feel like we have a deficiency, and a low-event game might help us be in it. They ultimately ended up being right by being in the game.
Yeah.
So I don't know what to do with it.
If you want the opposite, maybe what you might need is you need their defense to prove to the coaching staff that they're improved from last year.
Watching Allen play, how many people would say right now he's the best I've ever watched play the game? Not greatest career, not most accomplished. Mm-hmm. Would you want to say, I've never seen anyone better at the position?
I don't hear that much yet, but doesn't mean it's not deserved. How many people could you say that about, though? Would
Peyton Manning? I could say it about Peyton Manning.
Peyton Manning, right? And what is that usually met with? I hear that once in a while. I kind of like that argument the most on who's the greatest quarterback ever. Okay, this reason. It's Peyton Manning. If I'm just counting rings, it's not Peyton Manning. But if I'm doing any
statistical
smart analysis,
he won the most MVPs,
whatever. It's Peyton Manning. What does that sound like to many? It's, Nerd Boy likes Peyton Manning. How about you win a couple?
Right.
That's what that sounds like.
Wrap the spreadsheet around your finger.
Right. So is that what Allen is to some extent? I could say he's the greatest I've ever seen play, but I think he's in a group. He's in a group that I would say that about. I would say prime Rodgers and Peyton Manning. There was something about, I would put Lamar in that category as well. Those might even be my 4. Or those guys just look different when they're playing at their peak. And I would have said that about Mahomes for 3 years, but I would not have said that about the last 3 years.
No, it's been different.
So that makes it tough, too. Like, I saw Mahomes look like that, and now I don't see Mahomes look like that. Now I see charts where he's got the second most overthrows in the league over a 2-year period. Like, what is that? Is he actually great? Or is the team, whereas Josh is just like, it's undeniable.
Yeah.
Like, he's just doing everything. The Bills have a new punter, Brad Robbins. His last act was with the Bills was holding that Matt Prater field goal. He's been released. Averaged just 39 yards a punt on 4 punts against the Ravens on Sunday. The Bills signed Cameron Johnston to replace him. He has 7 years of experience with Philly, Houston, and Pittsburgh. The Bills also signing Matt Prater to the active roster. The 49ers placed George Kittle on injured reserve. He'll miss a minimum of 4 games. Wide receiver Juwan Jennings in San Francisco avoided a major shoulder injury. He's considered day-to-day. Jalen Carter of Philadelphia will not be suspended for spitting on Dak Prescott. He was fined $57,000, a game check. The Steelers signed safety Jabril Peppers. That was after losing safety Deshaun Elliott to a knee injury in Week 1. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
It was as good as I've ever seen him thread the line and walk the line of throwing on time because the concept or the coverage determines or says I got throw on time, and then cutting it loose or making a play or a second reaction because something's not there and whatnot. And so the receivers stepping forward that we've talked about, the Josh Palmers and the Keon Colemans, was absolute big time. And shout out to Ed Oliver. So it was fun football to watch back. I know that.
That it was. That's Dan Orlovsky talking about the Bills' win over the Ravens. He mentions Josh Palmer. Didn't bring this up in the first segment. Meant to get to it early on. Maybe you saw this. There's a story in Fox. So Henry McKenna of Fox Sports, NFL on Fox, posted an article he wrote about the anatomy of a comeback and Bills and Ravens. And in here is a little nugget from the sidelines where he talks about interviewing Josh Palmer and Khalil Shakir. Or during the first half, he relays a story that Palmer went over to Shakir and said this, or maybe he caught this. It doesn't exactly, I don't know how he got this. The article just reads, during the first half, as the Ravens racked up the points in the Bills, new receiver Josh Palmer walked over to teammate Khalil Shakir. Quote, okay, so when do we normally start to pick it up? You know, like the Bills I've been watching, end quote. So Palmer goes to Shakir and is like, when do we normally pick this up? And Shakir says, usually towards the end of the second half. We've got 17, end quote.
When do we start to pick it up?
When do we start to pick it up? And Shakir says, usually towards the end of the second half. Which, it's kind of funny. That's a lighthearted way to talk about how yesterday our whole conversation on the show was basically about, you feel like they should have a little more end of the second half in the middle of the first half? Right?
Right.
You think you should pick it up, and if you're someone that, watched that game, and of course, it's one of the best experiences you might have had at Highmark Stadium, but you walk out and think, man, I feel like they really made it a lot worse than it had to be. They had to dig themselves out of this grave because of what happened earlier in the game. And here's Josh Palmer with Josh Palmer is all of us is the meme or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Hey, for my first day here, when do we start to, chuck the ball all over the place and score the points? Oh, soon. Mm-hmm. That's what Shakir says. So, anyway.
Let's say they had done that. How would the game have gone differently?
It's a good question.
Because they weren't stopping Baltimore. So it just would it have been 51-48 instead of 41-40? We might have got more points.
Maybe.
But they can't get many more than you got. I would have liked to see them go faster earlier. Okay, this isn't going to work. We got to keep up with them. This is a shootout. We need to realize we're in a shootout, and we need to play that way. And they didn't until the second half. But if they had figured it out, after their first punt, and Baltimore just scores again, and it's man, how are we going to stop them at all today? And they go, all right, let's unleash. And it works. Do we get, it was almost this, but is it the Ram-Chief game from 5 years ago?
54-41.
Yeah.
54-51.
It very well could have been.
It could have been. It could also be, the game I think about for that is Bills-Dolphins a couple of years ago after the Dolphins scored 70. That game started touchdown, 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 punt, and then
it was over.
It's over.
Yeah.
You create a pressure for one of the teams to keep up. Both teams feel pressure, and ultimately who blinks, and then all right, game script goes off, and you might be good to go. Anyway, if we're nitpicking that game, that's what you're getting at, and we'll hear from people today. Maybe Josh Allen's got something to say about the fans leaving, which I don't know. You and I left the game not because they were losing, but because we get up. Early.
Yeah.
And I had to get home. My plan was to leave at halftime regardless. And when I left, they weren't down 16. I wasn't giving up.
Same.
They're down 7, and I have to go home, which was disappointing. But I did that. I wanted to do that. So I don't know exactly what the look of it was in the stadium. I heard Sal on the Extra Point Show talking about people leaving early, and I have the same interpretation Sal does, which is just leave people alone. It's late. It's a Sunday night, and there's 6 minutes left, and it's not just any old traffic. Traffic at that stadium can be a disaster. It can be really difficult. So if a person makes a decision, not saying I don't really believe in Josh Allen, but I'd like to get home with the opportunity to sleep 4 hours instead of 2 hours. Also, we live in a time where when you're walking to your car, you can watch the game on your phone.
Right.
You're not leaving in 1991.
Yeah.
I'm still going to watch because I think Josh Allen.
Someone call us this week that did that. Somebody I talked to this week did that exact thing.
What's that?
Left the stadium and then watched from their phone.
I did that.
Yeah.
It
was you, right?
I did that. On the drive home, I'm not driving and watching, but my wife and I, the game's on the phone, I'm good to go. I can know what's happening.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to miss anything. I don't know. I feel like the getting after people.
Yeah.
It's the same. It's the same kind of thing where you win a game in week 1. You're like, oh, congratulations, it's week 1. They didn't leave a playoff game. They left week 1 at midnight. That game was late. I don't know. I feel like the getting after people for leaving is a little tough.
They're being empowered by their quarterback saying it, though, aren't they?
That is true. I heard a guy call the afternoon show a little bit bit upset, a little bit turned off by it.
By Allen saying it?
Yeah.
Well, we'll see. Maybe he won't apologize for that today, will he? Will he talk about it at all?
He definitely doesn't need to, and maybe he said
because he's in the heat in the moment after the game, and that's a non-Josh Allen Buffalo athlete that could come across much more as what are you taking a shot at the fans for? Have a little faith next time. No, you don't need to say that. But it's Josh Allen, so that fan might if another player says it leave me alone, let me do what I want. Josh is like, oh, I'm sorry, Josh, I won't do it again. There's much more of that attitude, I think, when it's him saying it than others. I don't know if he'll even be asked about it today.
He might. He'll have a good answer for it if he was, and he'll flash a smile and I'll be like, he's probably right. Fine, I won't leave next time.
Right.
He's good at that. Anyway, 803-0550 is our phone number, and 1-888-550-2550. The Bills and the Jets. Justin Fields. It's going to be I would say this about the defense, and my thought on the game going in this week will be if they get just absolutely crushed on the ground again, This time by Breece Hall, who ran well against the Steelers.
He was great. I think he led the league in yards over expected in week 1.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, if Terrell Bernard and Matt Milano and the Bills' second level is not up for it this week to fill, then we could have a conversation about it. Joe Marino, so his all 22, I mentioned we're going to get to Joe Marino at 8:30. He pointed out a couple plays. One, we had a caller yesterday say that they thought Taylor Rapp looked like he was playing because like to not get hit. And Joe effectively said the same thing. Like it looked like maybe he was a little timid out there. Well, I'll let him say exactly what he meant coming up at 8:30. But there's that. Then there's the play where Dorian Strong chases down Henry. Mm-hmm. It's a big, long break. Henry gets out the gate. It's not a touchdown. He tracks him down. On that play, Cole Bishop is just as passive as it gets. Mm-hmm. It's Bishop's job. It's a run play. Get up there and, I mean, I wouldn't do this because it would be insane to think about. But you got to run up there and you've got to absolutely hit Derrick Henry to the ground. And Bishop just waits. And he's by the time it all happens, he's flat-footed, he's got a blocker, and Henry is out the gate again. Yep. So you had multiple examples of Bernard and Bishop and Rapp not up for this challenge.
Right.
And I don't know that the Jets have the same chops in this department. They don't have Henry. But they have Breece Hall, and
he's good.
He can erase an angle. He's fast.
Right, he's going to do it differently. Right, he's going to do it with elusiveness more so than just, oh my God, here comes a freight train heading straight for me. Maybe Bishop's more. Is he afraid though of Henry? Like that was kind of what that sounds like. Because is Breece Hall coming through the gap and he's being more aggressive because he knows like, all I got to do is get a piece of this guy. Yeah. Versus this is a player that earlier in the game was thrown to the center of the earth by Derrick Henry. So is that the timidness that he's showing in that moment? Is I've already been hit by this dude today. Like, here he comes. And by the time you even do that for a second, he hits you flat-footed. Breece Hall is 5'11", 200 pounds.
Very different.
Like, go run at him.
Yep.
So I would expect that play to look differently against this running back. He might still get beat. Hall would just do it differently. I think he might make him overextend or whatever. Like it could still be he could be beat, but I think it would happen differently.
803-0550. Mo in New Jersey. Hey, Mo. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I just want to make it clear. I'm not one of these people, like, the sky's falling. Our run defense is terrible. We played probably the best running team in the NFL on Sunday night. And they were without their fullback, otherwise they were completely healthy, right? So
without their fullback and without their best tight end,
there might be a difference. Yeah, exactly. So they're only going to get better if they get healthier. But we know how it goes in the season. There's injuries that happen, so that's a different story for a different day. My thing is this. You guys are going to have Joe Marino on later, and I absolutely love the way he breaks down Bills film. I'm one of those people that I suck it all in because I appreciate the nuances of the football game. And the one thing, I don't know if he's going to touch on this, but the one thing I really want to hear if he breaks down is the play of the defensive line. It's their job to make sure that the offensive linemen don't get to the next level. So if that's what was failing the team, let's just say the defensive linemen weren't doing their job and keeping their linebackers clean, maybe that's why Henry was able to run all over us. But one idea that I've heard, right, it's not my idea, so don't bite my head off, is if we cannot fix this run defense, is the possibility of trading for Justin Simmons. I know that, he's one of the premier defensive.
You mean
Jeffrey?
Jeffrey Simmons, right? You mean Jeffrey Simmons of the Titans?
Jeffrey Simmons. Yes. I'm so sorry. Yes, Jeffrey Simmons of the Titans. He's one of the premier defensive tackles in the NFL, and I don't know what it would cost. I know we restructured Deion Dawkins' contract before the season started. I don't know how much cap that created. Listen, I trust Brandon Beane. The cap is it's a fake number, to be honest. If you have a GM that just knows how to manipulate it, just get something done. Like I would love if they can do something like that if we can't fix it with the group of guys we have right now.
Well, I don't think they can do it because of cap reasons. Like, I think immediately, the idea gets shut down. I'd love to have the player, but he has a cap hit that I don't think they can manage. Like, it's the same as what Hendrickson was.
$22 million cap hit.
Yeah, they can't do that.
And, if you want to talk about...
Even with a restructure?
You got to have the $22 million first.
Yeah, if the $22 million in space. The other thing is, if you're looking to do this, I just don't think who trades a premier defensive tackle midseason? Who does that? There's a point to be made here about the Micah Parsons trade. When the Cowboys trade Parsons, isn't it pretty much thought that they only dealt with the Packers? The Eagles made an offer that might have been better, but they didn't call them back.
Right.
If Parsons was available on the open market, teams could have rearranged their entire offseason to make it happen.
Right.
Instead, he gets traded in August, or is it even September?
September
1st,
right.
Whatever. He gets traded so late, there are a limited number of teams that can do it. And if you're the Titans, let's say you were even open to the idea of trading Jeffrey Simmons, who you drafted and just signed to a 4-year, $94 million contract extension because he's one of the premier defensive tackles. Mo, what I would say is if you're looking for reinforcements on the defensive line, I think you should look about 25% as expensive. Is there somebody out there making $7 million?
Mm-hmm.
Somebody out there, I don't want to say a free agent. I'm going to go back to Linval Joseph. And I'm also not even sure that that's the position we should be talking about. There, you have two young players that give them some time, Sanders, Walker, right? I've got reinforcements there. I've got Jordan Phillips on the practice squad. I've got Ogunjobi maybe ready to come back in 5 more, 6 more weeks because of the bye. So of all the positions on the team, I actually think I have reinforcements. It's a matter of getting them ready for January. And to trade for Jeffrey Simmons, if you were to do that, you are then doling out a monstrous contract extension, probably because he has an out on this year's deal. The Titans can get out if they want to. They probably won't. But, I mean, he's 28 and a premier defensive tackle. You just don't trade for that guy in September, I don't think.
No, I mean, what you'd hope for is, I'm trying to find the stats on this. I saw stats yesterday that, like, when TJ Sanders and Deion Walker didn't play much. Like, it was like 13 and 15 snaps. But in those limited snaps, the numbers Henry had, like, 3 of his big runs came against those two while they were out there on the field. And Ed Oliver and Daquan Jones played at higher rates than they normally do, like what their normal average is. And I wonder if a lot of that on Sunday was not just that Oliver was having a great game, it's, well, if we can't trust these rookies right now.
Yeah.
Or at least not in this game. Against this team, it's a tough challenge for them right out of the gates. But you got a lot of Jones and Oliver in that game, and I wonder if it was just the 2 rookies were not up to it in week 1.
So I think you're more likely to give those guys like 3 months than you are to just jump ahead of them with a whale.
I think so.
We got to get a break in. Sal at 7 o'clock. We'll get his thoughts on this conversation. Thanks, Mo. We're not going to bite your head off. I mean, hey, all ideas are welcome.
Player. I would love
all
the player.
ideas are welcome. We'll talk about the feasibility of it. 803-0550, Jeremy and Joe. When we get back, the best nickname in sports has been born. I can't believe how good it was. There will be costumes. There will be theme songs. There's a franchise worth rooting for.
Wow.
Because of one nickname that was sitting right in front of our faces. Henry McKenna of Fox Sports, NFL on Fox, posted an article he wrote about the anatomy of a comeback and Bills and Ravens. And in here is a little nugget from the sidelines where he talks about interviewing Josh Palmer and Khalil Shakir. Or during the first half, he relays a story that Palmer went over to Shakir and said this, or maybe he caught this. It doesn't exactly, I don't know how he got this. The article just reads, during the first half, as the Ravens racked up the points in the Bills, new receiver Josh Palmer walked over to teammate Khalil Shakir. Quote, okay, so when do we normally start to pick it up? You know, like the Bills I've been watching, end quote. So Palmer goes to Shakir and is like, when do we normally pick this up? And Shakir says, usually towards the end of the second half. We've got 17, end quote.
When do we start to pick it up?
When do we start to pick it up? And Shakir says, usually towards the end of the second half. Which, it's kind of funny. That's a lighthearted way to talk about how yesterday our whole conversation on the show was basically about, you feel like they should have a little more end of the second half in the middle of the first half? Right? Like,
right.
You think you should pick it up, and if you're someone that, watched that game, and of course it's one of the best experiences you might have had at Highmark Stadium, but you walk out and think, man, I feel like they really made it a lot worse than it had to be. They had to dig themselves out of this grave because of what happened earlier in the game. And here's Josh Palmer with Josh Palmer is all of us is the meme or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Hey, for my first day here, when do we start to, chuck the ball all over the place and score the points? Oh, soon. Mm-hmm. That's what Shakir says, so. Watching Allen play, how many people would say right now he's the best I've ever watched play the game? Not greatest career, not most accomplished. Mm-hmm. Would you want to say, I've never seen anyone better at the position?
I don't hear that much yet, but doesn't mean it's not deserved. How many people could you say that about, though? Would
Peyton
Green,
Manning? I could say it about Peyton Manning.
Peyton Manning, right? And what is that usually met with? I hear that once in a while. I kind of like that argument the most on who's the greatest quarterback ever. Okay, this reason. It's Peyton Manning. If I'm just counting rings, not Peyton Manning. But if I'm doing any
statistical
smart analysis,
he won the most MVPs,
whatever. It's Peyton Manning. What does that sound like to many? It's Nerd Boy likes Peyton Manning. How about you win a couple?
Right.
That's what that sounds like.
Wrap the spreadsheet around your finger.
Right. So is that what Allen is to some extent? I could say he's the greatest I've ever seen play, but I think he's in a group. He's in a group that I would say that about. I would say prime Rodgers and Peyton Manning. There was something about, I would put Lamar in that category as well. Those might even be my four. Where those guys just look different when they're playing at their peak. And I would have said that about Mahomes for 3 years, but I would not have said that about the last 3 years.
No, it's been different.
So that makes it tough too. I saw Mahomes look like that, and now I don't see Mahomes look like that. Now I see charts where he's got the second most overthrows in the league over a 2-year period. What is that? Is he actually great? Or is the team, whereas Josh is just it's undeniable.
Yeah.
He's just doing everything.
Jones with time, touch pass, he's got a man, Pittman, touchdown! Michael Pittman in the end zone, and the Colts take a 9-0 lead.
So NFL Game Day, the NFL Game Day account tweeted out, Indiana Jones.
Uh-huh.
I mean,
it is pretty
have
good.
they been just saying that? Have Colts fans been ready to rock with Indiana Jones?
Mm-hmm. So they've never had an Indiana Jones before?
I don't know, but
Thomas Jones never played for the Colts. What about
but being the quarterback?
Yeah, the quarterback helps a lot.
Daniel Jones now.
Cardell Jones never got there.
He's my second favorite quarterback right now, Daniel Jones, because of the nickname alone.
Indiana.
Well, they're gonna
have fun with it this week.
They're playing Denver.
They're playing Denver.
It's going to be a little tougher.
It's going to get smoked.
But picture it. You're at Lucas Oil Stadium. The fans have the fedoras on.
Uh-huh.
The theme song plays when he scores. They'll make the playoffs with Indiana Jones. I'm rooting for it now. It's amazing.
It'd be fun if it happened. Who would you bet in that division right now?
Jacksonville.
Texans plus 175, Jacksonville plus 185, Colts plus 250. It's all pretty close.
I'd bet Jacksonville.
You'd bet Jacksonville. They didn't look great either.
No.
But Carolina looked a lot worse.
Yep. It's week 1. I'd bet Jacksonville. I think Liam Cohen, the weapons they have, Brian Thomas Jr. did almost nothing. He had 1 catch. He did not much at all.
One
catch for 11 yards. Might have been one of his worst games statistically that he's ever had. So they'll get it on track. Travis Hunter.
Tennessee, I didn't think looked that bad. I think they had 8 drops in the game.
Yeah. The story on Tennessee is that Cam Ward was very good and the Titans were very bad.
They couldn't catch the football at all. Mm-hmm. And I don't want to bet on Daniel Jones. And what am I going to bet on the team that scored 9 points and the Texans are not going to be able to protect Stroud again at all. Like that, I mean, it's the Rams, Jared Verse, it looked tough. Jacksonville by default would probably be my pick, too. They looked the least bad. Well, the Colts look the best, but I'm not buying that.
803-0550. You want to get in with Sal? We'll talk about what the Bills can learn from in that win over Baltimore, what they can change defensively, how much they'll have to based on a new matchup, and whether or not it was just a bad day, a very, very tough opponent, whatever. We'll see how things go this week. Sal's coming up to check in. Of course, Media Day down at One Bills Drive. Regular game week, Sunday 1 o'clock game. We get a few of those this year. It's a road game. But Bills and Jets on the way. We'll start to talk about that with Sal coming up here on WGR. Watching Allen play, how many people would say right now he's the best I've ever watched play the game? Not greatest career, not most accomplished. Mm-hmm. Would you want to say, I've never seen anyone better at the position?
I don't hear that much yet, but doesn't mean it's not deserved. How many people could you say that about, though? Would
Peyton Manning? I could say it about Peyton Manning.
Peyton Manning, right? And what is that usually met with? I hear that once in a while. I kind of like that argument the most on who's the greatest quarterback ever. This reason. It's Peyton Manning. If I'm just counting rings, not Peyton Manning. But if I'm doing any
statistical
smart analysis,
he won the most MVPs,
whatever. It's Peyton Manning. What does that sound like to many? It's Nerd Boy likes Peyton Manning. How about you win a couple?
Right.
That's what that sounds like.
Wrap the spreadsheet around your finger.
Right. So is that what Allen is to some extent? I could say he's the greatest I've ever seen play, but I think he's in a group. He's in a group that I would say that about. I would say prime Rodgers and Peyton Manning. There was something about, I would put Lamar in that category as well. Those might even be my 4. Or those guys just look different when they're playing at their peak. And I would have said that about Mahomes for 3 years, but I would not have said that about the last 3 years.
No, it's been different.
So that makes it tough too. I saw Mahomes look like that, and now I don't see Mahomes look like that. Now I see charts where he's got the second most overthrows in the league over a 2-year period. What is that? Is he actually great? Or is the team, whereas Josh is just it's undeniable.
Yeah.
He's just doing everything.
Henry McKenna of Fox Sports, NFL on Fox, posted an article he wrote about the anatomy of a comeback and Bills and Ravens. And in here is a little nugget from the sidelines where he talks about interviewing Josh Palmer and Khalil Shakir. Or during the first half, he relays a story that Palmer went over to Shakir and said this, or maybe he caught this. It doesn't exactly, I don't know how he got this. The article just reads, during the first half, as the Ravens racked up the points in the Bills, new receiver Josh Palmer walked over to teammate Khalil Shakir. Quote, okay, so when do we normally start to pick it up? Like the Bills I've been watching, end quote. So Palmer goes to Shakir and is like, when do we normally pick this up? And Shakir says, usually towards the end of the second half. We've got 17, end quote.
When do we start to pick it up?
When do we start to pick it up? And Shakir says, usually towards the end of the second half. Which, it's kind of funny. That's a lighthearted way to talk about how yesterday our whole conversation on the show was basically about, you feel like they should have a little more end of the second half in the middle of the first half? Right,
right.
You think you should pick it up, and if you're someone that watched that game, and of course it's one of the best experiences you might have had at Highmark Stadium, but you walk out and think, man, I feel like they really made it a lot worse than it had to be. They had to dig themselves out of this grave because of what happened earlier in the game. And here's Josh Palmer with Josh Palmer is all of us is the meme or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Hey, for my first day here, when do we start to chuck the ball all over the place and score the points? Oh, soon. That's what Shakir says. So.
Bills back at practice today, preparing for the New York Jets on Sunday. A new punter. The Bills moved on from punter Brad Robbins. He was released yesterday, averaged just 39.5 yards per punt on 4 punts against the Ravens on Sunday. So his last act for the Bills, holding for Matt Prater on that game-winning field goal. The Bills will sign are signing Cameron Johnston to replace him. He has 7 years of experience with Philadelphia, Houston, and Pittsburgh. The Bills also putting Matt Prater on the active roster. Practice today. We'll see what Tre'Davious White's status is, amongst others. Elsewhere around the NFL, the 49ers place George Kittle on IR. He'll miss at least 4 games. Juwan Jennings, at wide receiver for them, is day-to-day. He did avoid a major shoulder injury. Jalen Carter of the Eagles will not be suspended for spitting on Dak Prescott, fined $57,000, which equates to a game check for him. The Steelers signed safety Jabril Peppers. So if you've been thinking about him, his name is off the market. They lost Deshaun Elliott in Week 1, so they bring in Peppers to replace him. The Green Bay Packers signing wide receiver Christian Watson to a 1-year, $13 million extension. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Sal Capaccio joining us here. A Wednesday appearance, Media Day down at One Bills Drive for a regular Sunday, 1 o'clock week road game, a regular schedule. And Sal, I don't know if you feel like it's Wednesday at 7 a.m. Are you caught up on the sleep schedule? Did it take 2 nights to get back to where you needed to get to? I feel like a lot of people might be in that boat.
Kind of never for me, to be honest with you, but we try, right? I mean, do the best we can. Yeah, a little bit. It gets a little bit more routine now, which, is good because you look at the schedule, like, okay, now we know a little more routine. I always say to people, that's so funny, Jeremy. People say to me all the time, boy, in the off season, that must be your time to kind of do this or that. And I say, actually, like the season is a little bit better because it's more routine. The offseason, you never know what's going to happen. There's always moves being made and all those kinds of things. Once we get here, we know, as you said, it's media day, right? You know that. Wednesday triggers okay, we're going to be down there. We're hearing from Sean McDermott. They go to practice. What the difference now is, though, the Bills are so good, they're playing on all these different nights. Thursday night, Monday night, right? Mm-hmm. And that throws off your schedule. But it is more routine, and I do enjoy that. And I was very upset at the Yankees last night, so I went to bed a little bit early before the game ended.
What happened in the Yankee game? I only saw people tweeting about it being blown away, incredulous.
Well,
what was it?
They were up 2-0 on 2 solo home runs, and they go to I think it was the 7th inning. I have to go back and look now.
7th inning, yeah. I'm looking now.
They put a new pitcher in, and he walks like 3 guys in a row, and then there was a double, a few walks, a hit. Anyway, they literally, I think the Detroit Tigers scored, I think it was like maybe 5 runs before there was even an out. And they wind up with a 9-run inning, and it's 11-2 by the time that's over.
Oh, well, all right, tough one,
Can't win everything these days.
Now, and then I wake up and see the Blue Jays won an extra innings, which made it even worse because they were losing 3-1. I'm like, well, at least they didn't lose a game. Oh, yeah, they did.
Mm-hmm. Well, Sal, we turned the page to the Jets a little bit. Looking back, though, Baltimore, we didn't talk yesterday. We talked on Monday. Immediate reaction. How do you digest how things went against Baltimore? We'll start with the defense and what needs to change, what we might hear out of Sean McDermott today or whatever. Like they got run over, a lot of issues, maybe some communication issues, maybe some personnel issues, and maybe, of course, the opponent is specific to this problem. So what's your takeaway 2 days later?
We did hear from McDermott and Bobby Babich and Joe Brady on Monday. So, they reflected on it a little bit. We talked with them a lot about all these things that happened that you mentioned, Jeremy. And, yeah, I mean, Bobby Babich's quote was, that was unacceptable to anybody in the defensive room, right? We all know that. They know that. And they have to get it fixed. And, they're identifying lots of reasons why those things happen. Anytime you have that kind of a performance where the other team beat you that soundly in one aspect of the game or any aspect of the game, it's generally a lot of reasons that happens, and they all have to come together. And, Bobby Babich said that, there's a lot of things that they could improve on, certainly. And that comes from personnel, that comes from execution, that comes from play calling, everything. They all have to have a hand in it. When I look back on it, and if everybody doesn't know, what I do every week is generally on Tuesdays, I tweet out the Bills' offensive, defense, and special teams rankings relative to the league. And every year after week 1, it's going to be, like the first few weeks are going to be skewed because there's so much a small sample size, right? But of course, after this week 1, you look at the rankings for the Bills, and here's the defense. Ready? This is yards and running and passing and all that. 30th, 32nd, 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 16th, 32nd. I mean, it looks terrible. We have to understand, too, they did play a team in the Baltimore Ravens that is an incredible offense, and you're not going to see that as much really ever again this year unless you meet up with them in the playoffs. It's not an excuse, but I think you have to put it a little bit into perspective. They have to get better. I think as the next several weeks go, they will get better. The question to me is how much? Like, I'm really curious to see when they go against the Jets, who ran the ball really well against the Steelers last week, and Breece Hall looked good. The Jets are going to look at that film and say, we're going to run the ball at the Bills. I want to see this response. That's what I want to see. I want to see this response from this defense and what they can do. The quote from Bobby Babich was, he reiterated several times, guys, that they are going to be very intentional about fixing the run defense this week.
Where do you think that starts? I'm wondering about, Sal, the linemen a little bit, seeing that Ed Oliver and Daquan Jones played a little bit more than what their normal average is on defense. And the rookie defensive linemen, their stats about like what the Ravens averaged when Walker and Sanders were in there. And they didn't play a ton. I think it was 13 and 15 snaps. But those two, when they were out there, it didn't seem like it was any sort of advantage or upgrade from what they've had in the past. So tough matchup, though, right? Like, it's the hardest test for those two out of the gates. What do you think about them, the way that rotation kind of shakes out as we go into week 2? Because that's where the whole run defense thing begins, I think.
It does for me, Joe, when I look back and I watch the film. Like, I think a lot of the problems were just started with too many holes and missed tackles up front. Right? I mean, you look at the one Derrick Henry run going right to left. I mean, you see that hole that he had to run through, right? I mean, I know that Taylor Rapp took a bad angle, and that's totally on him. I get it. But by the time you're talking about that, he's already 15 yards downfield, right? I mean, that's the area where it's got to be cleaned up first to me. And then we could talk about the other issues, which there's certainly issues. Safety was not, like, they didn't play that well. I get it. But you can't expect your safeties to be making tackles on Derrick Henry all night long. You have to be better at the line of scrimmage. And I thought there were too many holes. But also, I didn't think the tackling was that great up front. Like, there were times, and we said this on the broadcast, they actually did a good job of getting Derrick Henry to shuffle his feet a few times. Like, he had to go right or left. He wasn't going straight forward. But you know what happened? He moves right, and then suddenly he squeezes through a hole. You can't let that happen, right? So that's the issue. So you talk about, the rookies. Look, they're going to have to play. This isn't what are you going to do? What's the alternative? You're not going out and, replacing Deion Walker and TJ Sanders, and Larry Ogunjobi is suspended and Michael Hoyt is suspended. Those guys will help, midway through the season, basically. So they're going to have to play. And the way the Bills do run their defense, they do have a rotation. Could they keep Daquan Jones and Ed Oliver on the field more? Sure. It's also week 1 and week 2. Like, how much do you want to lean into that right now? So those guys are going to have to play. They're going to have to get better. And the only way they're going to get better is actually by playing. So you just hope that they get better as they go and they can understand. And I'm not sitting here telling you they were terrible. I think everything on the defense could be better. There's no doubt about that. But there's no real alternative here, right? Like, this is who they have, and they're going to have to work, and they're going to have to get better, and you hope it starts this week.
If they play it again, you feel like, is Jordan Phillips an answer here, Sal? I mean, he's brought back for this idea.
Question. It's a good question. Probably something that they would think about, Jeremy. Zion Logue even, right? I mean, like, you do have guys, when I say no alternatives, you have guys on the roster you could elevate. But, these are guys that are not on the 53-man roster. You got a lot of decisions to make. But sure, if they were to play again, or maybe even we see it this week, Jer, like, maybe they look and say, hey, we just need something more. We need a little better of we need more of an option. We need more resources available. So maybe that's something they look at this week for Jordan Phillips or Zion Logue to be elevated to the active roster based on how the numbers shake out. We'll see if that happens.
Matt Milano, Terrell Bernard, Sal, their role in this. We've talked defensive line, a little bit on the safeties. How about the linebackers and how they performed in this game? Yeah,
you can't. It's so hard, right? I don't think you can really truly gauge, and say, oh my God, there's plays where they should have been better. There's no doubt, because everybody should have been. But I just think that the way this defense is structured, you got to keep those guys a little more free. And there were too many times where there was just guys getting out to the second level. Derrick Henry's out there. Now they're caught in a bind, right? They're going to make the tackle. They got a blocker or whatever. I didn't see necessarily Terrell Bernard or Matt Milano just getting into the hole missing tackles. One thing that's got to really clean up on the defense, and I said this to Bobby Babich and he agreed, and I wanted to make sure I was right when I said this. That's why I asked him. I said, hey, this is what I noticed. Is this correct? And he was 100% agreeing. I want to give the Ravens credit here. They're a very well-coached team, and they did a really good job of making sure the Bills kind of weren't ready at the snap sometimes. And I know people, and I say that, are going to go, oh, my God, how could you not be ready? Look, what happens is when the offense breaks the huddle, the defense looks and identifies a formation. And they say, okay, this is where you're supposed to line up. And then all of a sudden there's a few things happening, and you have to communicate. You know what the Ravens did? They got on that ball. They didn't have any motion. They quick snapped, and the Bills were still identifying the formation. And in a really, really loud stadium, because we want this crowd to be loud for the offense, their offense, obviously, on the field, that makes it even tougher. There were multiple times where either A, Terrell Bernard was still turning and trying to tell somebody what's going on when the ball was snapped, or B, they were trying to run something on the back end. Cole Bishop was sneaking up and way too late because he couldn't get there because they snapped the ball so quick. That's something that even Bobby Babbitt said, yes, that part of the operation has to be better. That comes with a lot of things. That comes with, give them credit, no doubt. The Ravens did that, and I expect other teams to do that. It's more when you're in Buffalo probably, but I think more teams will do that. Hey, if we can get up there and snap the ball before they can communicate, that'd be great. But why are they actually having that issue might be the time on task we talk about, guys. They just haven't had some of these guys play together because of injury or because of reps in preseason, and I think that it slowed the process down just a bit.
Yeah, that was impressive but you're flipping the Bills' advantage around on them, and by
exactly
being ready
right
on that. I mean, I don't know that I've ever seen a team do that. You're right. It's almost kind of like a no huddle. And I don't know how
That's
many.
Exactly right.
Like, you could do that when you have a Lamar Jackson who's been running a system for multiple years. But, like, is Justin Fields, I know they're away this week, but, like, is Justin Fields going to be able to execute at that level, new offense, first year? Like, some teams, Sal, I think, won't be able to do that.
I agree with you, and if a team replicates it, it'll be tougher for them. And again, I think probably in these home environments for the Bills, a team could try to do that a little bit more, maybe because of the loudness of the crowd. Mm-hmm. I agree with you. Yeah, I mean, those are things the Bills have to clean up. But again, I think sometimes you're so focused on your own team. I want to give the Ravens credit. I think that's a really, really good coaching move to be able to do that. And the other part of it is, we talked all week about Ricard and likely not playing and like how much that could benefit the Bills. The Ravens knew they weren't playing for quite a while, and they had a good plan. And even Bobby Babbage said there was different personnel than what they're used to seeing with that team, right? So when you see the team for the first time with that personnel, hey, the Ravens had some wrinkles. So, hey, look, the Bills have a lot of issues they need to clean up on defense. I also want to give the Baltimore Ravens a lot of credit here.
Flipping things around, Sal, we're talking about the Ravens and how they were, a little bit up-tempo, aggressive, trying to catch the Bills in certain situations, to the Bills' offense, which, they put up 41 points, but it's after they kind of turn it on. And we referenced earlier in the show, there's a Fox Sports piece where it catches Khalil Shakir and Josh Palmer on the sidelines talking, and Palmer says, when do we turn it up? When do we kind of let things go? And it feels like that was the takeaway from a lot of Bills fans, that maybe the Bills were a little slow to get to a game plan that worked. So Joe Brady on that and the balancing act, because I think he's, obviously he's done a great job with this offense, but he's trying to balance keeping things balanced, running, moving the ball around to everybody involved, but also making sure you get the most out of Josh Allen. And whether or not they got to that too late or not might be up for debate. How did Brady feel about it, and how do you feel about it?
I think they did the same thing they did in the playoff game last year, which is try to play a low-event game, wait for the Ravens to make a mistake. The problem was in this game, the Ravens didn't make a mistake. They played that game last year, and the Ravens made mistakes, so the Bills kind of had the lead early, right? They threw an interception early in the game, the Ravens did, remember, in that playoff game. There was a drop pass early in the game, so the Bills kind of took advantage of that, and they could kind of ride that. They could say, we're going to play this low-event game, and we're going to make you make mistakes, and the Bills and the Ravens did that, and they never had to kind of pull out the bag of tricks. I think the Bills had the same philosophy in this game. They're going to make mistakes, guys. Let them make mistakes. Let us not be the team make mistakes. The difference is the Ravens didn't in this game. By the time it got to a point where, okay, it's too late now. We can't wait for them to make a mistake. We got to make things happen now, right? We got to be the aggressor here. And I don't have a problem with that game plan. I didn't like some of the early play calling. The second drive I didn't like. You get 9 yards on James Cook, first down, and then there's a run for no gain and a run for a loss. Like, that's to me is a time where, okay, now throw the ball a little bit, be a little bit aggressive. I thought they got too conservative in those situations. Third drive, same thing, incomplete. Then you have the screen pass to Dalton Kincaid. He, catches it but fumbles out of bounds. I think the second and third drive really kind of showed me, okay, they're going a little bit too close to the vest to wait for the Ravens to make their mistakes. The Ravens never made their mistakes. I don't think Joe Brady or anybody in the Bills organization is thinking the Ravens are going to put up 40 points and they're not going to make mistakes. They're just going to score all day, right? You can't count on that. So I didn't have a problem with that type of philosophy, but that philosophy can bite you if the other team doesn't actually make the mistakes, and that's not what happened right there. For Joe Brady's part, what he said was, because guys in the locker room said this and he confirmed it, he said he told his guys all week, don't look at the scoreboard. Just keep playing. Don't worry about what the score is. Just keep playing. And it's funny because you can look at that two ways. I've had people respond and go, what do you mean? You got to know what the score is, and you have to play because of score effect. But I get what he's saying. He's like, look, just do what we do, because when it comes time, if we have to, then we'll make things happen. And that's kind of what happened at the end. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And Josh Allen can, of course, save you from a lot of scenarios. I wonder, they play again in the playoffs. Should they employ that once more? If they have, in fact, had an idea of let's let them make a mistake. They've played twice. In one of the games, they win by 2. Another game, they lose by 1. Like, it's a tough opponent. I'm sure there are some Bills fans, I would put myself in this boat, that would say, I think their game plan should be to go out and try to score 50. Like, try to put it away. All gas all the time. Now, that might not be the smartest thing to do. What do you think Brady would do? What do you think Sean McDermott would do? Would they want to slow play a low-event game again?
It's a good question. I think so. I think the issue with your scenario, what you want to do, which is all fine and good for us to sit here and say that, and you could say it as a fan sitting there, and I could say it as a media member sitting here, that's fine. But the minute you do that and you throw one interception and suddenly it's 14-0 because you made the mistake, now you got to play catch up against the Baltimore Ravens who can run the ball down your throat all day.
Sure. I guess I would just wonder how much.
And I think that's a scenario you're not wanting to be in, right?
No, but that's funny though, because we did just see you're not going to win that very often. We did just kind of see them win it both ways, right? Because they did play the catch up.
Right, you can come back.
But living life that way, it's a struggle. It's really what is baked into this matchup, though, Sal. Like, they're so hard to figure out how to play.
They're both so good, and I mean, I feel like I'm not living in a space where I'm afraid of a mistake, especially an interception from Josh Allen. I mean, he's been so good in that department. He's so kind of dialed in, and that kind of fearing one turnover to make it 14-0 and how you going to come back from that. Well, one, I would have Josh Allen. But I don't want to live in that fear. I want to go out and take the game. But like you said, Sal, like that's for a fan to think. That's for us to think. I understand that. I want to lean more into Allen earlier, and I feel like I don't know if Allen does. He seems to be in a good headspace with Brady. So at the same point, I kind of don't want to mess with it.
And I do wonder, Jeremy, if let's see, like as the season goes on, because what's funny to me is. So you have these other teams coming up, right, on the schedule. You have the Jets, you have the Dolphins, you have the Patriots, you have the Saints. I mean, I think we all know, like, the Bills are going to be heavy favorites in most of these games. They should win these games. Like, you could have either one of these philosophies and have a good debate on it again, because you could say, just go take the game. Just go put these guys away, right? Yeah. Just go have Josh be Josh. Or you could say, the Bills don't have to take risks. They're going to win these games. Just play low event and get out of there and keep your quarterback healthy, and we're all good. And I think that both scenarios could be on the table here.
Yeah. 803-0550. Sal, media day today. What are we looking for on the injury front? Suspensions and guys on IR. Are there short-term issues to watch for today?
So the guys who are suspended can't come back and practice for another 3 more games. So we're already 1 game down. They need 3 more games. Max Harrison can't start practicing for another 3 games, and then at that point, if they decide he's able to practice, they can start doing that. Tre'Davious White is improving, Sean McDermott said. So that's the one we're watching today. Will Tre'Davious White be on the practice field? With the way Dorian Strong played, I think he's pushing for more playing time. I'm not suggesting here he should be the starter, but I think there's a conversation coming up at some point, right? If Dorian Strong continues an ascension. I don't think he played a bad football game, guys. I mean, I know they gave up 40 points. I mean, I watched Dorian Strong. I didn't think that he did anything that I looked and go, man, the rookie was lost out there, right? So I think that's interesting. And you want to have all hands on deck. You want to have everybody healthy, no doubt about it. But the more reps Dorian Strong gets, that's not a bad thing. But you also want Tre'Davious White healthy and out there, and we'll see if he's going to wind up practicing today. The only injury that we had an update on in the game was Brandon Codrington had left, and he was actually questionable to return, but he came back. Remember when he got hit maybe early on the punt return? It was really close. He got twisted up, but he came back. That's it, guys, which is great news. Sean said there was no other injury update on Monday. Now, it doesn't mean someone's not feeling something today that we don't get out there and he's not practicing. We could see vet rest days today. But I think aside from the win itself, maybe the best news was after all the injuries the Bills had during training camp and preseason, it looks like they came out of this one healthy and they can have a full complement of guys continue to get another week of reps.
In terms of managing workloads, there was really none of that, right? With Joey Bosa, talk of that at all. Like, they just kind of threw him out there. And I don't like Kincaid. I saw a question about, actually, it was from a fantasy person because he only ran 60% of the routes, but they're not really seemingly doing that with anybody, are they?
I mean, this might be a tough game, Joe, to do that with because of the way it played out. Like, at some point, you're like, okay, what's load management? We got to win, right? We got to get out there. And
right.
I think load management comes probably more in games where you can have a little bit more space to do that. But I don't think so. I don't think that's where it was. There was someone who... Was it Bosa? How much did Bosa play? What was his percentage? I'm going to look right now.
I'm going to look too, but I thought I saw Bosa played a really good amount. Kincaid was the one I was wondering because Kincaid played 51% of the snaps. And I know there was like...
And by the way, 4 for 4 on targets from Josh. I think that's notable.
Right.
And right? I mean, like after last year, I think that's notable.
And the touchdown down the field, which was right out of the gates, was good.
Bosa, 69%. I believe...
Okay.
You guys still have the sound there. I have to go back and listen. I believe Babbage said on Monday that's a little bit more than they probably want on a normal basis.
Okay. Well,
just so you know.
The matchup could have dictated that, so.
Correct, yes. By the way, Joey Bosa in the locker room was... It was crazy. Like, he's like, I kind of never had been like on a team that could happen, right? Like, he's not taking a shot at the Chargers, but like, look, we all know that the Chargers were kind of known for not being that team who could do something like that. And he said something to the effect of like, at the end of games, a lot of time, you're like, okay, you still have to go out there and try hard and put good stuff on film. Like, to actually come back and win, is amazing. And he was just kind of flabbergasted, to be quite honest with you. Like, how the first game in a Bills uniform taught him a really big lesson, actually. And it was really interesting to hear him talk on that.
Yeah, one thing about that game, Sal, and I'm sure, there's plenty of belief in Josh Allen and belief in that team. But if you're a newcomer like Bosa or Josh Palmer or anybody else that's brand new, I was watching a clip of Prater hitting the kick and the Bills celebrating and thinking, man, if they needed buy-in at any point, they got it right away. Right away. Like,
100%.
There's no doubt that game gave buy-in to anybody. Not that it's lacking, but just how could you not think that you've got effectively Tom Brady back there, right? Oh, we're never out of a game, never out of it. So the Chiefs have that with Mahomes. The Bills have that with Allen. It's something that's important to have when you got a guy that good that can bring you back, is that everybody kind of knows, hold on, just, don't pack it in yet.
I agree with you. I thought the same thing, Chair, which was, I was thinking rookies. I wasn't thinking about a 10-year vet like Joey Bosa, right? Like, this guy saying that was really eye-opening. Like, oh my God, this guy's like, holy cow, like, I can't. He's like, he said something like, I've been in a lot of these kinds of games, we always lose, right? We never win. And honestly, Bills fans are kind of used to the same thing in a lot of these games of the year that they played and they wind up losing, right? But I thought this for the rookies, which is, boy, how great is it for an organization? If you're Sean McDermott, you're like, it's amazing. Like, you can now, everything you preached about buy-in and culture and we stick with it and we play hard. Like, it just played out in front of your eyes, right? And right there. So you know what? Now that rookie's like, oh yeah, you're right, coach. You're right, coach. That's exactly right. I got to go do this and I got to do that. It is the ultimate, and obviously because you win, you feel better about it. But it's the ultimate kind of, I don't know if it's test or results or whatever you want to say to show that process works.
Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline. Thank you, Sal.
You got it.
All right. One thing he mentioned. Did he mention special teams and kickoffs? I think because he said something got me into that. I wanted to get into that. That right now, week 1, we are way into this. Whatever. We've seen some kickoffs and average drive start and a bunch of different things. Right now, last week they had the highest percentage of kickoffs returned in any week since 2010. So kicks got returned. The new kickoff, the 35-yard line being a touchback. Teams dropping it in the landing zone, all that. Highest rate of kickoffs returned in week 1 since 2010. So you're getting a lot of kickoff returns.
You had some big ones, too.
Starting field positions,
midfield.
29.
Yeah.
I wonder if they want the highest rate in 15 years or they might continue to tweak it until it falls into a spot where they like it. But right now, it's a very high rate of return. 803-0550. Couple people on hold. We'll get to your calls on the other side. And also when we get back, tomorrow is the first Amazon Prime game. It's Commanders and Packers. And every year, Amazon kind of adds in fancy new bells and whistles. And this year, was just reading them over with Joe in last break, they are some fancy bells and whistles. Kind of change the way you watch the game. We'll tell you what's coming up this year as part of the Amazon's Next Gen Statscast, which is some really cool stuff. The visuals on the screen going to change the way we watch this game. So that's coming up with your calls here on WGR. How do you digest how things went against Baltimore? We'll start with the defense and what needs to change, what we might hear out of Sean McDermott today or whatever. Like they got run over, a lot of issues, maybe some communication issues, maybe some personnel issues, and maybe, of course, the opponent is specific to this problem. So what's your takeaway 2 days later?
We did hear from McDermott and Bobby Babich and Joe Brady on Monday. So, they reflected on it a little bit. We talked with them a lot about all these things that happened.
The car show that saves lives or only a couple of...
Yeah, I mean, Bobby Babich's quote was, that was unacceptable to anybody in the defensive room, right? We all know that. They know that. And they have to get it fixed. And, they're identifying lots of reasons why those things happen. Anytime you have that kind of a performance where the other team beat you that soundly in one aspect of the game or any aspect of the game, it's generally a lot of reasons that happens, and they all have to come together. And Bobby Babich said that. There's a lot of things that they could improve on, certainly. And that comes from personnel, that comes from execution, that comes from play calling, everything. They all have to have a hand in it. When I look back on it, and if everybody doesn't know, what I do every week is generally on Tuesdays, I tweet out the Bills' offensive, defense, and special teams rankings relative to the league. And every year after week one, it's going to be like the first few weeks are going to be skewed because there's so much a small sample size, right? But of course, after this week one, you look at the rankings for the Bills, and here's the defense. Ready? This is yards and running and passing and all that. 30th, 32nd, 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 16th, 32nd. I mean, it looks terrible. We have to understand, too, they did play a team in the Baltimore Ravens that is an incredible offense, and you're not going to see that as much, or really ever again this year unless you meet up with them in the playoffs. It's not an excuse, but I think you have to put it a little bit into perspective. They have to get better. I think as the next several weeks go, they will get better. The question to me is how much. Like, I'm really curious to see when they go against the Jets, who ran the ball really well against the Steelers last week, and Breece Hall looked good. The Jets are going to look at that film and say, we're going to run the ball at the Bills. I want to see this response. That's what I want to see. I want to see this response from this defense.
I'm wondering about, Sal, the linemen a little bit, seeing that Ed Oliver and Daquan Jones played a little bit more than what their normal average is on defense. And the rookie defensive linemen, their stats about like what the Ravens averaged when Walker and Sanders were in there. And they didn't play a ton. I think it was 13 and 15 snaps. But those two, when they were out there, it didn't seem like it was any sort of advantage or upgrade from what they've had in the past. So tough matchup, though, right? Like, it's the hardest test for those two out of the gates. What do you think about them, the way that rotation kind of shakes out as we go into week two? Because that's where the whole run defense thing begins, I think.
It does for me, Joe. When I look back and I watch the film, like, I think a lot of the problems were just started with too many holes and missed tackles up front. Right? I mean, you look at the one Derrick Henry run going right to left. I mean, you see that hole that he had to run through, right? I mean, I know that Taylor Rapp took a bad angle, and that's totally on him. I get it. But by the time you're talking about that, he's already 15 yards downfield, right? I mean, that's the area where it's got to be cleaned up first to me. And then we could talk about the other issues, which there's certainly issues. Safety was not, like, they didn't play that well. I get it. But you can't expect your safeties to be making tackles on Derrick Henry all night long. You have to be better at the line of scrimmage. And I thought there were too many holes. But also, I didn't think the tackling was that great up front. Like, there were times, and we said this on the broadcast, they actually did a good job of getting Derrick Henry to shuffle his feet a few times. Like, he had to go right or left. He wasn't going straight forward. But you know what happened? He moves right, and then suddenly he squeezes through a hole. You can't let that happen, right? So that's the issue. So you talk about, the rookies. Look, they're going to have to play. This isn't what are you going to do? What's the alternative? You're not going out and, replacing Deion Walker and TJ Sanders, and Larry Ogunjobi is suspended and Michael Hoyt is suspended. Those guys will help, midway through the season, basically. So they're going to have to play. And the way the Bills do run their defense, they do have a rotation. Could they keep Daquan Jones and Ed Oliver on the field more? Sure. It's also week one and week two. Like, how much do you want to lean into that right now? So those guys are going to have to play. They're going to have to get better. And the only way they're going to get better is actually by playing. So you just hope that they get better as they go and they can understand.
Bills on the practice field today. First injury report of the week before the Jets game on Sunday. The Bills making a change at punter. They released Brad Robbins, who averaged less than 40 yards a punt on Sunday. Signed Cameron Johnston, 7 years of experience with Philly, Houston, and Pittsburgh. The Bills also putting Matt Prater on the active roster. In San Francisco, George Kittle goes to IR. He'll miss a minimum of 4 games with a hamstring injury. Their wide receiver, Juwan Jennings, avoided a major shoulder injury. He is day-to-day. The Steelers signed safety Jabril Peppers, so he's off the market. They lost Deshaun Elliott to a knee injury in Week 1. Eagles tackled Jalen Carter will not be suspended. He was fined $57,000 for spitting on Dak Prescott. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
I'm like in a dream right now. It's unbelievable. I mean, I don't know if I've ever been this happy after when obviously it's just the first game of the year and we gave up a lot of points and I could be better in a lot of ways, but we got the win and we gave our offense a chance, and I guess when you have Josh Allen, you just have to give him a chance and anything's possible, but I'm in shock right now. That was unbelievable.
Joey Bosa, call it the Josh Allen effect. Amari Cooper last year, I've experienced joy for the first time playing football in a while, right? Something like that, is what he said. And there's Joey Bosa. Bills, of course, off to play the Jets this week. Just talked with Sal. Trey White, really the number one name we're watching to see if he's ready to return, how close he could be to returning. Dorian Strong didn't play poorly in the Baltimore loss. Have some stuff to get to on Thursday Night Football. We'll also mix in some calls here, 803-0550. Your calls and Thursday Night Football's debut, including a bunch of new graphics on the screen that'll be I'm really eager to see how they look and how they play out. End-of-game stuff, pocket stuff for quarterbacks. Get you that in a minute. Anthony in Toronto is up, though. Anthony, good morning. Hello, Anthony. No? All right. We'll next go to Kevin in Plattsburgh. We'll try to get back to Anthony. Kevin, good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. How are you?
Morning, guys. Appreciate your show. Thanks.
Thanks for calling.
Love that Joey Bosa quote, too. Just like the Cooper quote last year. Yeah, I like that comment, the Josh Allen effect. I'm still buzzing. This is a moment in Buffalo Bills history, and I've been a Bills fan since Joe Ferguson, a long time. What a great time. I couldn't sleep. I was up. We were all tired Monday morning at work. Wow. And it was the whole team. To stick with it when you're getting gashed like that is not an easy thing to do. You played sports, and it's tough to keep that mindset, and they did it. I want to have a little bit of a bone to pick with you, though.
Sure.
On Sal's comment about, a low event game. It's not about that. It's about time of possession. And I got confidence in Brady and Josh. And, yeah, it was okay. It was a little conservative. It seemed like maybe you stretch a couple of stretch plays in the mix. But, you're looking at an elite defense. That D-line stops the run. That secondary is as good as any secondary in the league. And so what do? It's sort of, pass to run kind of thing, screen passes, a little bit of short game, burn some clock, keep that offense off the field, all that type of stuff. So I don't, of course, 3 and out's never good. That's clear. When it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But I don't fault that game. I think they came at it smart, and they said we need Lamar on the sideline, and to some extent it worked. But boy, at the end when they turned that up, just credit to the boys. That was just something else. Josh was absolutely surgical. Everything fell into place. Ed Oliver with that forced fumble, the whole thing. Wow, what an amazing time. But I'd like to get your thoughts on that. I think that was a little harsh for Sal with the event. I think he's missing the boat a little. They tried to control clock, and they did have some success.
Well, Kevin, thanks for the phone call. I think trying to control the clock is playing low event. You're talking about having time of possession without even saying whether or not it's good or bad. Keep the other quarterback off the field is playing low event. The idea being there will be fewer possessions. And that's usually the thing you try to do when you have a great quarterback on the other side. And you're an underdog. Underdogs famously want to do that. Let's keep Peyton Manning off the field. Let's keep Lamar off the field. What will the Browns try to do to the Ravens? Let's make sure we keep them off the field. It's something the Bills tried to do in the playoff game 2 years ago against the Chiefs. We've talked about it a lot. The one thing about it that's odd is you just don't often do that when you have the best quarterback. And that's
right.
That's the balance the Bills often try to strike here. But time of possession, time of possession is, I think, whatever. It's tough to go into a game wanting to win time of possession. Why did Baltimore not have more time of possession? Because Derrick Henry ran the length of the field multiple times.
You get a lot of short
You get
drives.
a 37-yard touchdown. Like, you can't have time of possession. Sorry, we're too good at scoring. And the Bills, they had drives against Baltimore last year in the playoffs where it's 11 plays, 50 yards, lots of time of possession. Right. The play to...
The Ravens, by the way, had 7 drives in the second half. Do you know the longest drive they had? And some of these were stops, but also quick touchdowns. 7 drives, the longest of which took 2 minutes and 12 seconds.
Because they were too good at scoring.
Right.
And, I mean, if you want to make the case that that's bad, that's just going to be a tough case to make for me. I think trying to reverse engineer time of possession, I wouldn't want to be chasing that. You can either because you're walking the line, Joe. If I get first downs, I'm going to increase my time of possession. But if I get touchdowns too quickly, that's bad for time of possession. But they don't give out points based on time of possession. You give out points on points.
Right. If there is a team, though, where it's even debatable that... Because I think playing like that as the Bills against the Jets or the Dolphins or any of these other teams it's ridiculous. You have the best quarterback. You're the favorite. You don't play like the underdog. Yeah. You play to go attack them and beat them by 100. But... if there is one team where maybe it's defendable to play that way for them, isn't it Baltimore? Like, you say, that's how you play as an underdog. They were an underdog in this game.
They were.
And as great as Josh Allen is, look at their 2 offenses. Who's better? Ravens' offense is better.
Yeah.
I know the Bills won the game, and they scored their 41 points, and their quarterback put on the cape and was unbelievable. It was one of the most fun games ever at the stadium. But Baltimore's offense is better than the Bills' offense. So I wouldn't play that way against the Chiefs at all. I think it's ridiculous to play that way against the Chiefs. I wouldn't play that way against Houston or any of these other teams. I would think about it against Baltimore because I don't feel like I'm going to stop them.
I end up thinking that, I'll just say it again, chasing time of possession is chasing a false idol. It's 2nd and 1 on the second possession. Mm-hmm. 2 handoffs and a punt.
No, I don't like that.
Gets you 2 minutes of time of possession.
Right.
Whereas a play action pass on 2nd and 1, if they get you a touchdown, you get you points.
Like, I wonder, how do they feel about how that game went? Do they feel like, we got behind not because we didn't score in the first half, but because we had 2 3-and-outs that went for less than 2 minutes? 2 drives that took only 3 minutes total off the clock. Well, I wonder if they would view that as the failure.
At the risk of straw man, you said 2 drives that took less than 2 minutes?
Yeah, 159 and 132.
And Baltimore had how many scoring drives that took less than 2 minutes?
They had a 3-minute scoring drive. They had a 2-minute scoring drive. They had a 2-minute field goal.
Right, so what hurt them more? It's not 2 minutes of time of possession. It's 2 failed drives.
Right.
And failed drives is something we've kind of talked about a lot. When you're playing up at the top, when you're playing with Baltimore, Kansas City, Buffalo, if the Chiefs and Ravens are playing each other, let's take the Bills out of this.
Yeah.
If I'm going into that game as the offensive coordinator, I'm thinking about one thing, failed drives. Turnovers, punts, they're all the same. The Bills didn't turn the ball over, but you punted twice. If you go into a game with Baltimore and you never turn it over, but you punt 6 times, you can't tell me you made no mistakes. Like punting 5 times in a game with Josh Allen is making big mistakes. It should almost never happen. So they ultimately got things back on track. But the low event conversation, I feel like, against Baltimore, we had the conversation last year in the playoff game. We had the conversation against the Chiefs 2 years ago. Isn't it why McDermott talks about, and the Bills have talked about wanting explosive players and explosive plays?
Yeah.
Because explosive plays, they're not exactly like antithetical to time of possession, but we know some numbers that an explosive play on the drive increases your likelihood of getting a touchdown like 3-fold because you get the big chunk. And the Bills are very good at getting the small chunks. And in the second half, what they start getting? Bigger chunks.
Mm-hmm.
Did they have good time of possession in the second half? I guess they did because
they went pretty quick, right? Because they had to get rolling. They were down. Yeah. So it is funny too, because if you do take the Bills out of it, I think the Bills should be different than the Chiefs in this. If the Chiefs and the Ravens play each other like the week before a Bills game in the playoffs, that's how the Chiefs will play them. But I feel like the Chiefs more have to play them that way because that's how they played him in the AFC Championship game a couple years ago, which was long. They went on. Didn't they go on an 18-play touchdown drive in that game? They didn't have many touchdown drives. No, the Chiefs.
Oh, right.
When they beat the Ravens in the AFC Championship game, it was like 17 to 10. Yeah, they had a 16-play, 9-minute touchdown drive. They had a 10-play, 6-minute touchdown drive. They had 2 punt drives that went over 5 minutes. That's how Kansas City played them. But I think I don't think the Bills' weapons are flush and are not like the best in the league, but I do think their offense is better than what the Chiefs have been.
And I just think time of possession is fine. When your quarterback is Josh Allen, you're chasing other things. I'm never going into a game chasing, I want to win time of possession, unless I'm running out the clock in the fourth quarter up 2 scores. I want to get to 2.
Even that, you could argue that's what got Baltimore in trouble.
Can we compromise there? We'll get up 2 scores and then run the ball effectively, kill the clock. But if you can't get the first downs, anyway. Tomorrow night on Amazon, just a couple things they've got coming up on the broadcast. They've got a brand new, I guess, analysis point, Pocket Health. They will use, as part of the Next Gen Stats broadcast, tens of thousands of data points across the offensive line throughout the play to generate dynamic on-screen visuals and statistics that illustrate threat levels and affecting the quarterback's protection in the pocket. Here's why I'm really excited to watch that next week. And maybe be at the game, Bills-Dolphins. You might want to go back and watch the highlights because I'm ready to see flashing code red, and then Josh Allen just runs away from it. It might be that you get an illustration of, a normal quarterback would see red, and might be in trouble, whereas Josh Allen just gets away from that.
Yep.
So that's one of the things Amazon's got coming. I'll get you some of the other ones as we go along, like defensive alerts, coverage ID, target zones, a brand new target zone. It is just beautiful. It's going to change. They're doing great work over at Amazon Prime, and if you stream the games there, best analysts, Herb Street and Michaels. Al Michaels back for a 40th season. But best studio show, best graphics, good stuff. All right, if you're on hold, we'll get more of your calls in, 803-0550. Thanks for the phone call. Good stuff on the Bills, trying to find the best version of themselves here. And a win over Baltimore is a pretty good version as they made it work in the end. Jeremy and Joe, Joe Marino of the Locked On Bills podcast at 8:30. Open phone lines for you until then here on WGR. Henry McKenna of Fox Sports, NFL on Fox, posted an article he wrote about the anatomy of a comeback and Bills and Ravens. And in here is a little nugget from the sidelines where he talks about interviewing Josh Palmer and Khalil Shakir. Or during the first half, he relays a story that Palmer went over to Shakir and said this, or maybe he caught this. It doesn't exactly, I don't know how he got this. The article just reads, during the first half, as the Ravens racked up the points in the Bills, new receiver Josh Palmer walked over to teammate Khalil Shakir. Quote, okay, so when do we normally start to pick it up? You know, like the Bills I've been watching, end quote. So Palmer goes to Shakir and is like, when do we normally pick this up? And Shakir says, usually towards the end of the second half. We've got 17, end quote.
When do we start to pick it up?
When do we start to pick it up? And Shakir says, usually towards the end of the second half. Which, it's kind of funny. That's a lighthearted way to talk about how yesterday our whole conversation on the show was basically about, you feel like they should have a little more end of the second half in the middle of the first half? Right?
Right.
You think you should pick it up, and if you're someone that, watched that game, and of course it's one of the best experiences you might have had at Highmark Stadium, but you walk out and think, man, I feel like they really made it a lot worse than it had to be. They had to dig themselves out of this grave because of what happened earlier in the game. And here's Josh Palmer with Josh Palmer is all of us is the meme or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Hey, for my first day here, when do we start to, chuck the ball all over the place and score the points? Oh, soon. That's what Shakir says, so...
I'm wondering about, Sal, the linemen a little bit, seeing that Ed Oliver and Daquan Jones played a little bit more than what their normal average is on defense. And the rookie defensive linemen, their stats about like what the Ravens averaged when Walker and Sanders were in there. And they didn't play a ton. I think it was 13 and 15 snaps. But those two, when they were out there, it didn't seem like it was any sort of advantage or upgrade from what they've had in the past. So tough matchup, though, right? Like, it's the hardest test for those two out of the gates. What do you think about them, the way that rotation kind of shakes out as we go into week 2? Because that's where the whole run defense thing begins, I think.
It does for me, Joe. When I look back and I watch the film, like, I think a lot of the problems were just started with too many holes and missed tackles up front. Right? I mean, you look at the one Derrick Henry run going right to left. I mean, you see that hole that he had to run through, right? I mean, I know that Taylor Rapp took a bad angle, and that's totally on him. I get it. But by the time you're talking about that, he's already 15 yards downfield, right? I mean, that's the area where it's got to be cleaned up first to me. And then we could talk about the other issues, which there's certainly issues. Safety was not, like, they didn't play that well. I get it. But you can't expect your safeties to be making tackles on Derrick Henry all night long. You have to be better at the line of scrimmage. And I thought there were too many holes. But also, I didn't think the tackling was that great up front. Like, there were times, and we said this on the broadcast, they actually did a good job of getting Derrick Henry to shuffle his feet a few times. Like, he had to go right or left. He wasn't going straight forward. But you know what happened? He moves right, and then suddenly he squeezes through a hole. You can't let that happen, right? So that's the issue. So you talk about, the rookies. Look, they're going to have to play. This isn't what are you going to do? What's the alternative? You're not going out and, replacing Deion Walker and TJ Sanders, and Larry Ogunjobi is suspended and Michael Hoyt is suspended. Those guys will help, midway through the season, basically. So they're going to have to play. And the way the Bills do run their defense, they do have a rotation. Could they keep Daquan Jones and Ed Oliver on the field more? Sure. It's also week 1 and week 2. Like, how much do you want to lean into that right now? So those guys are going to have to play. They're going to have to get better. And the only way they're going to get better is actually by playing. So you just hope that they get better as they go and they can understand.
Now at WGR550.com for a chance to win $1,200 towards your home heating costs. Don't fumble this opportunity. Contest ends January 4th, 2026. TRS Heating, Air Conditioning, and Electrical Excellence, powering tomorrow, comforting today.
So Amazon Prime has its first game tomorrow, Commanders and Packers. Mentioned a minute ago the Pocket Health that they're going to do. They're also introducing an end-of-game suite, trio of tools, Path to Victory. AI predicts remaining possession scenarios for trailing teams to map potential paths toward a comeback victory. Mm-hmm. Time remaining prediction. Clock analysis predicts how much time will be left on the clock if the defense can force a 3-and-out. Victory
Sweet.
Formation. The right amount of time on the clock needed for a leading team to secure one final first down. On the screen, right? You have the ball. Based on timeouts and all that, it'll say like 113. All right, get to 113 with the ball, you'll have it. Defensive alerts. The first predictive behavior AI model employed within a live broadcast. Defensive alerts tracks the movement of defensive players prior to the snap, highlights those identified as a threat to blitz the quarterback. They had that before. It's very effective. They're almost always right. Coverage ID identifies the scheme for fans in real time before the snap. Pressure alert detects defenders attacking the offensive backfield during live action, highlights those in position to disrupt the play. Think of like a toss wide, like a guy would be highlighted like he's in position. Field goal target zones overlays multiple lines on the field to deliver the likelihood a kicker will make a field goal, providing crucial context on drives at the end of a game or a half, not just like the career-long line, but these are the zones. Prime targets tracks and highlights open receivers in real time throughout their routes. And here's maybe the best one. I think this is the best addition of all of them. 4-down territory. Indicates where the offense needs to advance the ball to earn an analytically strong go-for-it recommendation on 4th down. So it's 3rd and 10. And based on how things are going, like, is this 4-down territory? There would be another line on the screen in front of the first down line, you would think, or at least maybe a graphic on the corner that says 5 yards. Gain 5 here, and then you are in strong go area on 4th down. I think it's pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm into it. I would even maybe for the first time be tempted to do this during a Bills game.
To watch it.
Yeah. I've never I'll always watch the regular broadcast live, and if it's a non-Bills game, I'll watch the Prime Vision or like ESPN will be the Manning cast. Next week, I think I might do this during a Bills game.
Oh, it's the regular announcers, not like a Manning cast where you're not
right, like the audio's same.
It's just a different graphics package.
It's the visuals on the screen
that 4th down line. Meanwhile, speaking of which, that game, the big storyline might be Mike McDaniels because his quote. They play the Patriots this week.
Yeah.
And he said, the good news is I don't think it can get any worse.
You sure that wasn't like an AI account trick?
No.
It couldn't get any worse? He said that already?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
it's kind of funny, actually. I respect him saying that.
Yeah, might want to.
That's kind of funny.
Might want to. Yeah, Mike
guys,
McDaniel.
You see how bad we were on Sunday?
I don't see how it could be worse, is what he said at ProFootballTalk.com.
Okay.
It was embarrassing, flat out, and in that, there's nowhere to hide. Within the game, it's almost as good that it wasn't reachable, that we were -4 in turnovers, because as a team we have to. I was really looking forward to seeing the stuff that we've really worked on. I didn't see any of that, and that's a problem. It was a miserable experience, quote. Got punched in the mouth. The good news and the positive is I don't see how it could be worse.
Yeah. I saw a Dolphins fan tweet out yesterday that it was a clip of this was the best play of the Dolphins' day, and it was a blindside blitz where Tua got destroyed by one of the Colts defenders, and he got back up after. Like, that was the best play that is. Guys, Tua got up.
That's tough.
He got smoked. That line is opened at 9. Opened. I mean, we're before the week, but you could bet it right now, Bills in -9.5.
803-0550. Open phones for when we get back. Brad, Matt, stick with us. Brad, I like your comment. I want to dig into that, so stay with us. If you want to jump in on, just remember the Ravens game, the season, whatever it is, we're looking for the Jets, of course, this week, Sunday, 1 o'clock. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR.
I'm wondering about, Sal, the linemen a little bit, seeing that Ed Oliver and Daquan Jones played a little bit more than what their normal averages on defense, and the rookie defensive linemen, their stats about like what the Ravens averaged when Walker and Sanders were in there, and they didn't play a ton. I think it was 13 and 15 snaps. But those two, when they were out there, it didn't seem like it was any sort of advantage or upgrade from what they've had in the past. So tough matchup, though, right? Like, it's the hardest test for those two out of the gates. What do you think about them, the way that rotation kind of shakes out as we go into week 2? Because that's where the whole run defense thing begins, I think.
It does for me, Joe. When I look back and I watch the film, like, I think a lot of the problems were just started with too many holes and missed tackles up front. Right? I mean, you look at the one Derrick Henry run going right to left. I mean, you see that hole that he had to run through, right? I mean, I know that Taylor Rapp took a bad angle, and that's totally on him. I get it. But by the time you're talking about that, he's already 15 yards downfield, right? I mean, that's the area where it's got to be cleaned up first to me. And then we could talk about the other issues, which there's certainly issues. Safety was not, like, they didn't play that well. I get it. But you can't expect your safeties to be making tackles on Derrick Henry all night long. You have to be better at the line of scrimmage. And I thought there were too many holes. But also, I didn't think the tackling was that great up front. Like, there were times, and we said this on the broadcast, they actually did a good job of getting Derrick Henry to shuffle his feet a few times. Like, he had to go right or left. He wasn't going straight forward. But you know what happened? He moves right, and then suddenly he squeezes through a hole. You can't let that happen, right? So that's the issue. So you talk about, the rookies. Look, they're going to have to play. This isn't what are you going to do? What's the alternative? You're not going out and, replacing Deion Walker and TJ Sanders, and Larry Ogunjobi is suspended and Michael Hoyt is suspended. Those guys will help, midway through the season, basically. So they're going to have to play. And the way the Bills do run their defense, they do have a rotation. Could they keep Daquan Jones and Ed Oliver on the field more? Sure. It's also week 1 and week 2. Like, how much do you want to lean into that right now? So those guys are going to have to play. They're going to have to get better. And the only way they're going to get better is actually by playing. So you just hope that they get better as they go and they can understand.
Bills practice today ahead of the Jets on Sunday, and we'll get an injury report later. The Bills are making a switch at punter. Brad Robbins has been released. He averaged less than 40 yards per punt on 4 against the Ravens on Sunday. The Bills are replacing him with Cameron Johnston, who has 7 years of experience. He's punted for the Eagles, the Texans, and most recently the Steelers. The Bills also putting Matt Prater on the 53-man roster with at least 3 more games being missed by Tyler Bass on IR. Elsewhere around the league, speaking of IR, George Kittle is being placed on it. He'll miss at least 4 games for the 49ers with a hamstring injury. Jawan Jennings of the Niners is day-to-day. That was a scary one. They thought he could be out long-term with a shoulder injury, but he could play this week. Eagles defensive tackle Jalen Carter will not be suspended, fined $57,000, which equates to a game check for him for spitting on Dak Prescott. And the Steelers are signing safety Jabril Peppers, so he's off the market after they lost Deshaun Elliott on Sunday against the New York Jets. Also, a contract given on the league yesterday, Christian Watson of the Packers signs a 1-year, $13 million extension to stay in Green Bay. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Would the Bills ever play another game in Canada, and could we expect that in the near future?
I wouldn't rule it out. Look, I think we want to really build this the right way and make sure we're here kind of inspiring that next generation of football fans. Got a new stadium to launch, and we're probably going to play most of our games there for in the short term at least, but long term, yeah, we'd absolutely consider it.
Bills and Sabres COO Pete Gwelly. Piece up at WBEN.com as well, talking about the future of Highmark Stadium hosting soccer events.
Yes.
Yeah. With the
Love
quote,
that.
soccer is absolutely something we will zero in on. Brayton Wilson has that piece up at WBEN.com. We want that facility to be a multi-purpose stadium, and soccer is absolutely something we will zero in on. Josie Altador talking about that as well. So, yeah, we'll see. The new stadium has got the potential to host the draft, potential to host the Winter Classic. Or maybe not the Winter Classic, maybe just the Stadium Series.
Stadium Series, like an outdoor hockey game.
Yes, the Winter Classic could be a problem because the Bills might have home games.
Yep.
And that might be hard to kind of bake in.
You want to do a Liverpool-Arsenal preseason game at the stadium?
Let's go. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR, 803-0550, our phone number, 1-888-552-550. Still kind of looking back at that Baltimore game. We'll talk with Joe Marino coming up bottom of the hour. He's got an all-22 review of the game. We'll talk about that with him on the linebackers, the safeties, what the Bills can do. Was it really as bad as it looked? Sometimes, the defense gets gashed and they fix 3 fundamental things. Like, all right, the same guys can actually perform a lot better. Different opponent this week, the Jets. Lots to consider. 803-0550, the phone number. We also relayed a story from Fox Sports. They quoted Khalil Shakir and Josh Palmer. Palmer on the sideline asking Shakir, when do we open this thing up? And Shakir said, late second half. That we got 17. The idea that maybe early on in the game they were conservative or not opened up.
Yeah.
But I read that and thought Josh Palmer is aligned with a lot of us. Like, let's rip it. And he was a part of that as well.
Is he the one who ran? He ran the most impressive route of the day, didn't he? The over-the-top against Jair Alexander to the corner.
Yep. I've got a thought for you on Keon Coleman that I'm so – it's going to be so fun watching this, and what I mean by that is people – I don't know if people are going to yell about it. If he gets a bunch of yards, no one's going to care about separation scores, and that's legit.
Right.
The thing about Coleman, so when he got drafted, a lot of the draft analysts thought he's best used in the slot. He should be best used as a big slot. And talking about people over the years that have done that, have played that role, or can he grow to be something else? And I think that Coleman has the potential to be the best version of himself. Forget about where he lines up. He has the best version to be himself. The opportunity to be the best version of himself as a receiver by playing with Josh Allen. And I'll tell you what I mean by that. It's maybe a little bit counterintuitive. If Coleman plays for another team, he might never get the ball because he doesn't get open early. He doesn't beat man coverage. He's not going to do that.
Right.
He can perform well against zone. And then what's the other thing he does? If my quarterback can buy me like 2 more seconds, I can really be good at getting open. He, multiple times in this game, was the trash man. The Allen looks for him. And not every receiver can get away with this. The Bills have their other complements, Shakir and Palmer, and we'll see if Elijah Moore and Curtis Samuel can kind of get in the mix here. But if Coleman spends the entire year, Joe, just catching balls in the scramble drill, can he go for 800 yards and 8 touchdowns? I want to say yes. A guy that might not get open in the traditional way, like, that's all right. We've paired him with a magician who needs someone to get open 7 seconds after the snap. And then the magician's going to put it in a spot, and that guy's going to go up and catch it off the roof of the building, and there's your first down, or there's your touchdown. It's not the traditional wide receiver one archetype, but it is very much useful in a Josh Allen offense. And the story that Allen wanted Coleman from the draft, or he's one of the guys he really liked, might have just been that. Might have just been, yeah, I can make it work with a lot of guys, but what I really need is the most reliable, most visible, and most vertical, I mean actually jumping in the air, guy for those kind of plays. So if you're looking for him to be a true number one perfect receiver, I don't think you ever have to even worry about that. What he did in the fourth quarter, I know the Ravens backed off. I know there's a lot of game script in there. But I still think the game could get to a spot where the pairing with Allen is the real key here in a way that I know every quarterback in the league, every receiver in the league gets a glow up with Allen. I think Coleman might be really reliant on Allen, and it could be a really nice pair that work together.
That's all well and good. Can I make sure, though, he is the second or third read then on every single play? Because that looks good when 5-7 seconds after the play and he's cutting across the field, and there he is, put it up high, and he goes and catches it. Can I stop running a fade route to him for the rest of time? Can I stop where the plan there was one of these plays last year, I think, against the Ravens, where the planned play is Allen drops back to pass, Coleman contested catch. That's the play. Because that is your first look, is not an efficient play. But if it is going to be my 6 seconds into the play, Josh is scrambled out of the pocket, or pressure's collapsing around him, ball's got to come out, if that's what his role is going to be, that is useful.
Yeah.
But I never want to see, I just don't want that to tempt them into what it tempted them into on that 2-point conversion, which is, you know what I should do here? Plan A, boys. We're going right to Coleman.
Yeah, right.
I don't want to ever be plan A.
They're going to keep throwing him fades. They're going to keep giving him red zone because they're going to view those, aren't they, as low risk?
But they are. Well, low risk how?
It's not going to get turned over. You use the sideline and the defender. It's going to be incomplete or it's going to be a touchdown. And, you know, it protects Josh.
What about on a play where there is no next play? What if it's 4th and goal?
Well, I'm never going to like that.
2-point conversions. Like, these are plays where it's not there. You don't have a next play.
Yeah, because
if I've got, I can just sneak it 2 plays later. So let's put it up to Coleman. That's fine. But in that spot where there is no next play, it's not an efficient play.
No, and it also it's not quite a screen. But when you throw a fade to a tall receiver that can jump really high, you kind of do remove the magic of the quarterback. It's you just got to have to make a throw here. It's not a particularly, whatever. It's not a magic Josh Allen throw like we see a lot. Anyway, 803-0550. Get some calls in here. Matt in Walk Hill. Hey, Matt.
Hey, how's it going, guys? First time, long time. I appreciate it, guys.
Oh, thanks for calling.
Yep, no problem. I just wanted you guys brought up kickoffs a little while ago, and it made me think about the conversation you guys were having yesterday about the galaxy brain move of running the kickoff out for the Monday night game.
Yeah.
And I was watching the game, and when it landed, in the end zone, I couldn't believe it that they did not just kick that thing through the back of the end zone. And I was just saying, if the coach didn't have the utmost confidence that he could kick that thing through the uprights, then they probably should have just kicked it out of bounds.
Out of bounds, yeah. And Ben Johnson said that. He said it was a mistake and that they should have kicked it out. Yeah, he admitted. He said we should have kicked it out of bounds.
Oh, okay. I didn't. Cause I was watching, trading 5 yards for a,
in which case,
right,
Matt, it's worth asking if the natural progression will mean more onside kicks, because all right. Instead of the touchback, I'm going to kick it out of bounds. You get it at the 40. Well, for another 15 yards, I can take a crack at possession.
Right, you get a. It's only like what 7%, but give me my 7% lottery odds that it hits someone's leg and it bounces.
Right, because if all that the team I'm kicking it away to needs to do is get 3, one first down, and it's over. All right, I'll kick onside.
But to me, if I were Ben Johnson, that's what I would have done, because I'm giving myself a shot at the ball, and if the return team jumps on it, 2 seconds are running off the clock. They shouldn't, at least.
Right.
You also have the home field clock operator. Maybe you trust him a little bit more, but 2 seconds shouldn't run off the clock if you just do that. I guess if you really got a sharp side on the other, it's Vikings. Hey, O'Connell, if you get it clean, run backwards to kill the 2 seconds. I guess you are flirting with that a little bit.
A little bit.
If you have a bad onside kick and it bounces right to a smart player that he just like runs 5 yards backwards and kills 4 seconds, but that's what I would have done. I would have gone for the onside kick there.
803-0550. Speaking of smart players, like one thing, I don't know if Coleman, if they would have talked about this or addressed this, he ran out of bounds and then came back in and caught a 2-point conversion. Saw a play this week where Christian McCaffrey ran out of bounds.
Yeah.
You see this?
Yes, I did.
And then he signaled to Purdy, do not throw to me.
Because Purdy looked like he was about to throw him.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Like McCaffrey went out of bounds and then took himself out of the play knowing I'm no longer eligible. It's a loss of down. It's a penalty. So,
did you see what happened on that play? Purdy threw it to his tight end in the corner of the end zone. He caught it for a touchdown.
Yeah.
Like,
I don't know if he was ever going to go to McCaffrey, but McCaffrey had the presence of mind to say, like, not here. He put his arms like to the side, like incomplete. Brad in East Aurora. Thanks, Mark, for the phone call.
Guys.
Hey, Brad.
Super happy about the win. What a surreal win. That was awesome. I'm a firm believer a win's a win. I hate to nitpick, but here I am. So I think the Bills missed a huge opportunity on their second drive to go up 14-3 on the Ravens. I think that's our best chance to win against the Ravens' super unique team that can run the ball like nobody else. I also think this is a bad measuring stick for the Bills' defense. No other team runs the ball like that. Lamar's so special. Derrick Henry's so special. It's just,
Yep.
Well, let's see what happens the rest of the season. Let's not say our defense is terrible after this week.
Sure.
The last thing is, there must have been a rule change about punts. That punt after one of the 3 and outs early in the game where it touched the Ravens player but wasn't a fumble. I was so pumped to see that after our bad offensive series, but it didn't come to the Bills.
No, that I believe has always been the rule, that if it touches the kicking team first, then actually you've seen this for years probably. If you get down around the 5-yard line and it touches the kicking team, but they leave the ball there,
you pick it up.
What will the returner do?
You pick it up.
He'll
and run.
pick it up and run. Sometimes you've even had touchdowns on that. Why? Because there's no threat of losing the fumble.
Right.
There.
As soon as it touches the kicking team,
so
you have the option of taking it back where it was touched.
Yeah, I think that rule's been around for a long time.
Okay. Additionally, 2 other points here. I'm glad you brought up. They had the ball, the 2nd and 1, 3rd and 1 punt. They're up 7-3 with the ball, and that's where game script comes into everything. You go up 14-3, all of a sudden the Ravens are in chase it mode instead of you.
Right.
And that's where you could get mad. The Bills their defense is giving up points and points and points, and you want to play a low event game, but going up there, making a better couple decisions on 2nd and 3rd and 1 could have changed the entire course of the game. The one thing I think it's a good debate, and there can be one of these 2 things are true scenarios.
Mm-hmm.
Are the Ravens a good measuring stick for the Bills' defense? Yes or no? In the season-long rankings, no. In what it's going to take to win the Super Bowl, yes. The measuring stick for the Bills,
right?
When we're in the drought, you don't measure yourself against the best teams because you're not one of them. Now you are. The best teams are your measuring stick. The Ravens, I'm sitting here telling you, I don't think the defense is as bad as it looked on Sunday night, but that's the team when they meet in January. I'm going to look at that game as the measuring stick.
Right.
So,
there's a bit of even that. Their defense isn't as bad as what it was against the Ravens. Isn't their defense whatever it is against the Ravens and the Chiefs?
Pretty much. Yes.
That is what it should be. That's what their defense is.
If they shut out the Dolphins and the Saints in back-to-back weeks, congratulations. That's great. In league standards and in your statistics and your rankings, that's great. But to borrow from golf, it's match play. You have to beat them. So I think it's one of those 2 things can be true kind of things. I do view the Ravens as it kind of gets to the larger point about hey, the Bills always give up 30 to the Chiefs in the playoffs. That's right. They don't give up 30 to every team. They give up 30 to them. So that's the measuring stick. That's why Brandon Beane's going out there and overhauling the defense, not because the defense looked decent against the other teams, but what did they look like against the Chiefs?
Yeah.
Not good enough.
And really, the caller asked, like, other teams you might face. There are like 3 teams I see where it's not the Ravens, but you'd want to see if their run defense performed in these games, it would give you more confidence about a January matchup. It'd be the Eagles in Week 17. It might even be this week, like the 2 Jet games, okay. Breece Hall, like given how effective he looked right away. And then
the Falcons?
I was going to say, yeah, because of Bijan.
They have a good run game.
But that's really it. Like, I'm not worried about Kansas City for this. I'm not worried about Houston or Pittsburgh or Miami, certainly.
It's also, like, run defense versus pass defense. It's a great example to make here. We worry about the rankings on how good they are against the run or the pass in the regular season. You get to the game, who cares? Right. Like, if the Falcons find that they can pass against the Bills to Bijan, and Bijan Robinson makes them look foolish in pass coverage, well, then who cares about the run defense? It's overall defense. So
yeah,
they could. I do not think they will look as bad as they looked maybe the rest of the season. But
right, who would do it to them?
Right,
Cincinnati maybe.
Cincinnati throws for 480 yards against. Well, seriously,
right. Yeah.
Burrow throws for 500 yards against them. Holy cow, that's terrifying. Cincinnati misses the playoffs. Well, who cares?
Yeah, right.
It's match play. So. Thanks for the phone call. I don't think you're wrong. I think it's kind of fun to live in this world where, these super concentrated matchups are what matters. Bob in Syracuse is next up. Hey, Bob.
Hey, guys. Remember that game? I think it might have been 2008. Remember the McKelvin fumble game? You guys remember that game?
Yep.
Oh, yes.
Remember? One of the things I was thinking back to that game, What if the Bills had a quarterback that could do something like that to another team?
Yeah.
and now it's us, right? So it's just those are games that we lost, and now these are games that we're potentially winning moving forward. So that's a cool thing. Just want to talk about one thing with the matchup with the Jets. It's definitely not a smart move to look past this team. We know that they've given us a lot of problems, especially over the last 3 years at the peak of Allen's career. He's been decimated by some of those defensive fronts that the Jets have thrown at him. And even in the games that we won, Quentin Williams has given him a big problem. Some of the stunts that they do defensively, I remember he got hit on the blind side. The one game that we destroyed the Jets in New York, I was at that game. He got absolutely lit up by a corner blitz. I just think that the Bills are really going to have to be on their P's and Q's. They're going to come after him because the book on Josh is you have to be able to pressure him. You have to be able to rattle him, get him off his feet, and do whatever you can to try to hit them. And that's exactly what they're going to do, and the Bills need to be ready for it. So that's all I wanted to say.
Thanks, Bob. I think about this matchup a lot, and the Robert Saleh Jets, they had pretty good defensive players, and they always played the Bills in an aggressive way. And this goes back to even when Diggs is on the team as a number one receiver. They always played the Bills as if they did not fear anything that they did. Like we're not afraid of anybody you have out there. Gabe Davis, we're not afraid of him. We're not afraid of Devin Singletary. We're not afraid of, I'm trying to think of all the years going back. And this version of this Bills team might be different with the way they can run the ball effectively. That Jets defense just gave up 4 touchdown passes to Aaron Rodgers. Mm-hmm. I'm thinking maybe there's a transition going on there. Quinn Williams and Sauce Gardner are still good, but
their line was great. Like they sacked Rodgers 4 times. They pressured him a lot. Like there was a lot of Steelers had to get the ball out quick because the Jets defensive line looked very stout, but everything behind that defensive line did not look the same.
Yeah.
Like Gardner was it. Like everything else, it looked. Like Rodgers had a pretty easy time. If he had any time in the pocket, he had a pretty easy time picking that apart. Calvin Austin too. Like not T. Higgins and Jamar Chase. Like that receiving core is not great. They also did get lucky where a ball bounced from Metcalf to Jonnu Smith back to Metcalf to set them up for a game-winning field goal.
I didn't see that. That's how that happened?
Oh, it was a fluke, the flukiest play ever. Set them up for the field goal.
I did not see that.
Yeah.
CJ in Buffalo. Hey, what's up, CJ?
Hey, guys. Hey, you guys had me thinking about some other things, but I'll leave it at my one question. So I was thinking, do you guys think we still need a wide receiver? And I say that because I think about how we used to think how hard the offense looked when we had Ken Dorsey here. And I'm not here to say it looks hard. I'm here to say it looks like it's still just all Josh Allen. And with that being said, I'll give the examples of, just like you said, match play. Think about last year in the regular season when we played the Chiefs. Josh Allen made it happen.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sorry, Josh Allen made it happen. So when we got to the playoffs, Josh Allen couldn't make it. I'm saying, do you think we still need that guy?
Thanks. You're breaking up a little, CJ, but I think we got the idea.
I'm good letting this trio roll a little bit here. Palmer, I thought, looked pretty good in week one. Shakir, and you're not Coleman did what he was supposed to in the fourth quarter. So I'm good letting that trio breathe for a little bit.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, there's not really anybody you're going to add now that's going to make a difference.
Not over any of those three.
The receiver conversation was popping up in the first half and into the third quarter because it didn't seem like anybody could get open. I will hold on. Let me look at my crystal ball. Next year in the draft, shakes my crystal. I will be asking for receiver. Why? I'll tell you why.
New names on that board behind
you. I'll just tell you why. It's not that hard. It's a premium position. It's cheap to draft. Keon Coleman, if he pops off, will be a success story. Take one. Mm-hmm. Keon Coleman is about to, if he puts up 1,000 yards, outproduce his contract immensely. Meanwhile, I got Josh Palmer for $10 million a year. And Curtis Samuel for $9 million, and maybe Samuel's gone, and Elijah Moore for $2.5 million. And of course, next year I'm going to want to draft one. Doesn't mean they have to have a true number one. A lot of this conversation has been spun into that. I'll endlessly say it'd be better if they did, but they don't need one or they're going to die. They should keep drafting them though. More. Draft more of them. Stop spending $22 million on 3 guys on street free agent deals and just draft a guy. It's super cheap. Because I think they can use their player development in a lot of different ways. So, but no, I think the group as it stands now shows promise, and there wouldn't even really be anybody to add right now.
No.
But you do, but it always kind of gets to the everybody eats. If Coleman develops into you want to throw it to him 10 times a game, I don't think that is a problem. I think that is probably a preferred outcome. To have someone that you have such a good connection with is ideal.
Yeah.
So anyway.
The guy you would add is more Kincaid.
Yeah.
You would add more Kincaid. I got into this a little bit with Sal, but not much. He played 51% on Sunday. In a game they were trailing, your pass-catching tight end wasn't on the field for half the snaps. 40% of their pass plays, he wasn't out there running routes. What's that about? He looked fine when he was out there. He caught a couple passes. The touchdown was really nice, but
touchdown catch.
He played less than Dawson Knox did.
And of course, Jackson Hawes had
Jackson Hawes.
Why do I keep saying Spencer Hawes? That even makes sense.
Were you listening when Nate said that on the air?
I don't even know why it happens.
Nate ruined it. He brought up some backup center from the NBA, and now I do the same thing.
Yeah, there wasn't.
I keep wanting to say Spencer.
Yeah,
it's Jackson Hawes.
Yes,
Jackson Hawes.
Well,
we need to give him a nickname so we don't make this mistake anymore.
There's Jackson Hawes, and there's Landon Jackson.
How about Ocho Cinco? It's available.
He is Ocho Cinco.
Yeah.
I need a bit
Chad Johnson changed his name back, so I believe it is available.
It's available?
Yeah.
All right, we'll think about it. Joe Marino, the Locked On Bills podcast next, his All-22 review. Stay tuned for what we're going to talk about with the safeties. Joe saw some things from the safeties, linebackers as well, and where things went wrong for this Bills defense. 803-0550, Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
By the way, Joey Bosa in the locker room was crazy. He's like, I kind of never had been on a team that could happen, right? He's not taking a shot at the Chargers, but look, we all know that the Chargers were kind of known for not being that team who could do something like that. And he said something to the effect of like, at the end of games, a lot of time you're like, okay, you still have to go out there and try hard and put good stuff on film. Like to actually come back and win, is amazing. And he was just kind of flabbergasted, to be quite honest with you, like how the first game in a Bills uniform taught him a really big lesson, actually. And it was really interesting to hear him talk on that.
Henry McKenna of Fox Sports, NFL on Fox, posted an article he wrote about the anatomy of a comeback and Bills and Ravens. And in here is a little nugget from the sidelines where he talks about interviewing Josh Palmer and Khalil Shakir. Or during the first half, he relays a story that Palmer went over to Shakir and said this, or maybe he caught this. It doesn't exactly, I don't know how he got this. The article just reads, during the first half, as the Ravens racked up the points in the Bills, new receiver Josh Palmer walked over to teammate Khalil Shakir. Quote, okay, so when do we normally start to pick it up? Like the Bills I've been watching, end quote. So Palmer goes to Shakir and is like, when do we normally pick this up? And Shakir says, usually towards the end of the second half. We've got 17, end quote.
When do we start to pick it up?
When do we start to pick it up? And Shakir says, usually towards the end of the second half. Which, it's kind of funny. That's a lighthearted way to talk about how yesterday our whole conversation on the show was basically about, you feel like they should have a little more end of the second half in the middle of the first half? Right?
Right.
You think you should pick it up, and if you're someone that, watched that game, and of course, it's one of the best experiences you might have had at Highmark Stadium, but you walk out and think, man, I feel like they really made it a lot worse than it had to be. They had to dig themselves out of this grave because of what happened earlier in the game. And here's Josh Palmer with Josh Palmer is all of us, is the meme or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Hey, for my first day here, when do we start to, chuck the ball all over the place and score the points? Oh, soon. That's what Shakir says, so.
I'm wondering about, Sal, the linemen a little bit, seeing that Ed Oliver and Daquan Jones played a little bit more than what their normal average is on defense. And the rookie defensive linemen, their stats about what the Ravens averaged when Walker and Sanders were in there. And they didn't play a ton. I think it was 13 and 15 snaps. But those two, when they were out there, it didn't seem like it was any sort of advantage or upgrade from what they've had in the past. So tough matchup, though, right? It's the hardest test for those two out of the gates. What do you think about them, the way that rotation kind of shakes out as we go into week 2? Because that's where the whole run defense thing begins, I think.
It does for me, Joe. When I look back and I watch the film, I think a lot of the problems were just started with too many holes and missed tackles up front. Right? I mean, you look at the one Derrick Henry run going right to left. I mean, you see that hole that he had to run through, right? I mean, I know that Taylor Rapp took a bad angle, and that's totally on him. I get it. But by the time you're talking about that, he's already 15 yards downfield, right? I mean, that's the area where it's got to be cleaned up first to me. And then we could talk about the other issues, which there's certainly issues. Safety was not, they didn't play that well. I get it. But you can't expect your safeties to be making tackles on Derrick Henry all night long. You have to be better at the line of scrimmage. And I thought there were too many holes. But also, I didn't think the tackling was that great up front. There were times, and we said this on the broadcast, they actually did a good job of getting Derrick Henry to shuffle his feet a few times. He had to go right or left. He wasn't going straight forward. But you know what happened? He moves right, and then suddenly he squeezes through a hole. You can't let that happen, right? So that's the issue. So you talk about the rookies. Look, they're going to have to play. This isn't what are you going to do? What's the alternative? You're not going out and, replacing Deion Walker and TJ Sanders, and Larry Ogunjobi is suspended and Michael Hoyt is suspended. Those guys will help, midway through the season, basically. So they're going to have to play. And the way the Bills do run their defense, they do have a rotation. Could they keep Daquan Jones and Ed Oliver on the field more? Sure. It's also week 1 and week 2. How much do you want to lean into that right now? So those guys are going to have to play. They're going to have to get better. And the only way they're going to get better is actually by playing. So you just hope that they get better as they go and they can understand.
has been released, and the Bills are replacing him with Cameron Johnston, who was last with the Steelers, also time with Philadelphia and Houston over 7 years in the NFL. The Bills also putting Matt Prater on the active roster. 49ers place George Kittle on IR. He'll miss 4 games. Jalen Carter will not be suspended. The Eagles defensive tackle was fined $57,000, and the Steelers signed Jabril Peppers. He's no longer on the market. They lost to Sean Elliott to a knee injury on Sunday. He'll miss a couple weeks. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Naturally, early in the season, you're trying to get a feel of what's new in the next season, right? We just played an outstanding team, outstanding defense. They were very different than the last time we played them. And sometimes you can get caught up trying to figure that out. We had a couple 3-and-outs that it's hard to get back in a rhythm. In the second half, you started to get in a feel of exact kind of how the game's being played. Kind of have to kind of throw the ball at that point. We were kind of in a 2-minute drill basically the whole second half. And would have loved to be able to obviously get people more involved in the first half. Those 2 3-and-outs were something that was big that kept me up last night.
Joe Brady, Bills offensive coordinator, on the game against Baltimore. We're going to get to Joe Marino of the Locked On Bills podcast and the Herd Mentality Substack as well. I want to make sure people know about that because Joe does some all-22 breakdowns, and you can take a look at what happened in the game, what went right, what went wrong, and he joins us on the Wester Hotline to chat about it. Joe, good morning. It's, of course, Jeremy and Joe. Happy Wednesday, and Victory Wednesday, Joe. We don't get to talk until Wednesday on the air here, so I want to call it a Victory Wednesday.
Well, I think after a win like that, it's going to be Victory Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. The team has to move on to the Jets, but we can still relish in that win.
That's
sure.
right. And you were actually there. You got a chance to go to this game, which you don't often get a chance to go to as many.
Yeah, it was super cool. Not very cool to have a flight delayed 28 hours, but the consequence of being stuck in Buffalo on Sunday and getting some tickets and being able to be there for that game was really, really special. I feel grateful to have been part of it, and probably my last game at Highmark, and so what a heck of a way to say goodbye to a place that's brought me a lot of great memories.
That does qualify, I think, as riding off into the sunset with the stadium, I think, for you. It's tough to top.
Right, it's almost like I don't even want to go to another game.
Right.
That's it. I'm good.
So, Joe, you had a chance to dig into the All-22, and we'll talk a little bit about the Ravens and what the Bills can do better and maybe turn our eyes to the Jets at the end of the segment here. But let's talk about the defense and what you found. From watching what you put out there on the Herd Mentality Substack, I'm keyed in on the safeties, both Taylor Rapp and Cole Bishop in this game. You know, there's the highlighted play where Bishop gets thrown to the ground by Derrick Henry. People kind of looked at that one, but there's more than that. Maybe that's a tough ask for Bishop. What did you see out of the safeties in general looking back in this game and how much they maybe might need to improve?
Yeah, it was a rough go for the safeties, and I would say more so Taylor Rapp than Cole Bishop, which was pretty surprising. And, you know, it didn't feel like I was watching Taylor Rapp, to be honest with you. I think Taylor Rapp's a very good safety in terms of tackling and fitting the run, and he's an instinctive player, and he looked like a shell of himself in that game. And I do wonder, you know, as a player that has had the concussion each of the last 2 times he's played the Ravens, if that was weighing on his mind, because it just didn't feel like he was playing fast, physical, assertive, really just kind of some blunders that just make your head scratch. I mean, it's a run play, and he's dropped him back into single high deep coverage zone. I mean, it just didn't look like a guy that was ready to go and looked like he was really calculated and maybe at times in self-preservation mode against Derrick Henry and this Ravens offense. So, you know, I think Cole Bishop was objectively better than him in this game. And not that Cole Bishop played great, like, don't get me wrong, but Taylor Rapp really had his struggles, and it's wasn't the type of performance that we expect from Taylor Rapp. So I'm sure he's looking to bounce back. But, yeah, it was a rough go for those safeties, especially Rapp.
Safeties being the third level. Second level, linebackers, Bernard, Milano, when it comes to the same kind of stuff, like run fits. Is that where things became the biggest problem for the Bills in stopping Derrick Henry?
Yeah, I honestly put a lot of this on the linebackers. I went into the watch expecting to be very disappointed with the defensive line, and I don't feel that way. I think there was some individual moments that, you know, needed to be better with the defensive line, but collectively, the linebackers I thought were really the issue with the defense. Terrell Bernard and Matt Milano just didn't play fast. I felt like they're, I think you probably heard a lot of commentary about Baltimore, and they're altering their cadence and their tempo and quick snapping a little bit to kind of throw off the Bills and their ability to communicate as a defense, but then also their ability to disguise, right? You want to show the offense a picture pre-snap that changes post-snap, and when that snap timing is really different all the time, it makes it hard to get into that rhythm, and so that's first and foremost. But I thought they were slow to process. I thought they were hesitant to trigger. Neither one of them are good take-on players in terms of downhill and playing the run and playing off contact, but when you're not processing quick and that allows the blocks to get ahead of you, oh, man, it was just a rough go. They just didn't feel it well. They didn't play well. There's just no way around it. Those guys didn't play well. It's probably the worst performance I've seen from Bernard and Milano. And so the front wasn't amazing, but it was fine. And I thought that the linebackers were the biggest issue with that defense on Sunday night.
Was it any different, a little add-on to that, when Dorian Williams would come in and they were in base? Did that make any difference to you when you saw their run defense?
There were some good moments, and one thing I will say about the Bills' run defense is that, we talk a lot about them presenting light boxes. They really didn't. In fact, the Bills were – and pull my notes here. The Bills were 8th lowest of any team in week 1 in presenting light boxes, and that's not where they live. They're usually top 5 in presenting light boxes, and they played 3 linebackers on 33% of snaps. You're talking about a third of snaps. You have 3 linebackers in the game. And I thought it was better at times when Dorian Williams was on the field. He gives you that player that's better equipped to play into the line of scrimmage and take on blocks, and he had some good physical run fills. But it's the other guys got to play too. And 58 and 8 just weren't up to it. They didn't meet this moment, and so it didn't really matter so much that they made those adjustments. Those guys didn't play well enough to do their job and be secure. And I do think that there is something to, and I know that this is not okay. The Bills gave up like 10 runs of 10 yards or more, and if you put those aside collectively, the rest was decent. But you can't be giving up 10 runs of 10 yards or more. I mean, a lot of that did come in chunks, but there were a lot of chunks. So, the linebackers got to be better. There's no doubt about it.
Joe, we had a caller last segment, I think, saying, I don't think Baltimore is exactly a good standard for this Bills defense. And what I said was, I think that's probably right season long. But the way this game went, if they do meet in January, will you be concerned about the matchup again? We hear a lot that it's a bad matchup for the Bills. Is there reason to you table the concern for now, but bring it back when they meet again?
Well, I think that's just the way that it is. Look, every style of football, whether it's the way the Bills play or any team, there's going to be advantages to the way that you play. There's going to be disadvantages to the way that you play. Nothing is going to always be great against every team. And this Baltimore team, which is a unicorn in some ways with Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry and what they're able to get done. It just exposes the worst parts of the way the Bills choose to play defense. And, even when you're not even talking about light boxes, right, they kind of corrected that. You still saw the issues. They prioritize matchup style linebackers that thrive playing in space. The most important thing to the Bills is playing in space and defending the pass. And so you have these smaller linebackers that are not very good players being downhill and physical and playing into the line of scrimmage. And against Baltimore, it's going to expose the worst parts of your choices structurally for how you play defense. And so you even can kind of couple that with kind of some of the choices that defensive tackle, even though Ed Oliver was unbelievable in the game, they don't necessarily have this deep pool of guys that are super firm, steady anchors against the run that's going to really own their space. And so it's just a tough matchup. And I think that's why, and you go back to the playoff game last year, the Bills were happy to just let the game play out, let Baltimore make this mistakes and get out of there with a win. And I think that they wanted to embrace that to an extent on Sunday night, but things, obviously, you're down 2 scores before you can blink after you go 3 and out twice on offense, and it's like, well, you gotta go get it, or else you're just going to get smoked. And obviously, a lot went right for the Bills to pull that off, but it's just a very, very challenging matchup for the Bills on defense. I think the encouraging thing is that the Bills' offense looked as good as it ever has against Baltimore. So if you got to go score points, at least you showed that you can do it. But I think it's just always going to be a challenging game for Buffalo based on the way the Bills play defense against that Ravens offense.
What changed for the Bills offense? Because early in the game, they they punt a couple times, couple 3-and-outs. Looked like they were struggling to find answers down the field. And then, of course, in the fourth quarter, Josh Allen throws for 250 yards. So how much of it was that the Bills changed their approach? How much was it Baltimore kind of – did they play softer? Why was it such a tale of two halves, or three quarters and then the fourth?
I do think that there is something to be said for Baltimore and the game script and them playing defense with a lead, right, and them kind of being willing to not be as aggressive with how they played, and the Bills obviously were more aggressive with how they played, so it was a good mix. But I think that more than anything, Josh Allen put on a masterpiece. I mean, the guy took over the football game. He became unstoppable. He willed it. He made miracle plays. Just unbelievable mature quarterbacking with how he manipulated the pocket and how he just approached everything. You've seen Josh in games like this in the past. Week 1 against a big-time opponent, showcase game, and he can chase some plays and maybe feel like he wants to put on a show. But even when the Bills were down, I thought he just continued to make great decisions and really do what was necessary to play this game in a way that gave him a chance to win it. And you can find yourself probably in a game like that chasing it a little, and Josh never did. He took the right opportunities with the football even when they were down, and I thought that's really what happened. Josh Allen took over the football game, and they made a couple plays on defense that gave him a chance.
There was some social media debate yesterday on how impressive Coleman's performance was. When you saw what he did, mostly in the fourth quarter, how much credit do you think he should get for the stat line that he put up in the plays he made?
You should get a ton of credit. The conversation on social media, I think, is rooted in separation metrics, right? Mm-hmm. And earned separation versus created separation. I don't think that's important. Keon Coleman's never going to be a dynamic separator. That's not who he is. It's not who he's ever been. But there is a way for him to be effective in this offense, and I think we saw exactly that, where he's able to make good plays on the ball and elevate and play above the rim. And when things break down, Josh Allen can find him. And, boy, there's been so much good with that piece of it. And the scramble drill, you saw, of course, against the Ravens on Sunday night. But even when he came back from injury last year, he made some big plays in the scramble drill against Detroit, and even the Jets game as well. So that piece is coming on nicely, and I think you've seen teams willing to kind of give him some one-on-one opportunities, and Keon's able to work back down stem into the football and find some space, right? I think there's been like a mental improvement from Keon Coleman to feel coverage and get himself into some good spots. And so, no, he's not leaving guys in a blender with route running. He's never going to do that. But that doesn't mean he can't find space, get open, make plays, and present a meaningful target for Josh Allen. I think you saw the best of what he can mean for this Bills offense on Sunday night.
I want to get you on Jackson Hawes before we let you go, because I know you've got a lot to say about the Bills rookie tight end.
My goodness, this guy's quickly going to become one of my favorites. Obviously, I think the standout to anybody who watched the game was the 29-yard reception on the seam shot where, it's a double catch and he concentrates and hangs on to it. I mean, it's the guy's first target in the NFL as a guy that's billed as a blocking tight end. It's an unbelievable play. I'm not going to lie to you. I thought it was Kincaid. I was there at the game. I was like, that's an unbelievable play by Kincaid. And I get home and I'm like, when was this 29-yard catch from Jackson Hawes? And I had this moment where I'm like, oh, my God, that was Jackson Hawes. But it's the blocking. Oh, he's pissing people off. Let me tell you, the way that he's getting after people. I mean, obviously the technique, right? It's the controlled aggression combined with plus technique that makes Jackson Hawes this lethal blocker. He is moving bodies. He is collapsing the entire side of the line of scrimmage to set up James Cook cutback opportunities. He is going to be an X factor in so many ways that aren't going to show up on a box score. And so it's the effectiveness, but then it's the tone setting nature. You saw he was under the skin of so many Ravens defensive players, and so it's nice to have that identity piece for the physical type of offense the Bills want to deploy. And it's game one, but I'm excited for watching Jackson Hawes for a long time to come.
Joe Marino of the Locked On Bills podcast and the Herd Mentality Substack. Go to Substack, search it. Herd Mentality Substack. Lots of great stuff. The All 22 is always very valuable. On to the Jets, Joe. So, brief thought on them. Is this a better opportunity to try and show that the defense can kind of get things together, or should Bills fans be a little concerned about that run game?
Well, I've been calling it the dollar store version of the Ravens, So they're going to get challenged in similar ways. Physical offensive line, dual threat quarterback, dynamic receiver in Garrett Wilson. That's somewhat similar to Zay Flowers. They got some, they got a big bruising back in Braylon Allen. Of course, he's not Derrick Henry. They have a speedy guy in Breece Hall, that's somewhat like Justice Hill. So, yeah, I think you have some parallels to structurally what these offenses can be. And, I think it's good to get them back-to-back. I hate getting both of them early in the season. That was on my wish list of things I didn't want was Baltimore and the Jets early in the season because they are unique opponents that you want to get some tape on, especially the Jets, right? Everything's new there, and you're trying to get a feel for what they want to be and how they're going to use everything. But I think getting them back-to-back is helpful come on. If you're a front seven player, if you're a linebacker, you're Rapp and Bishop. You're under the microscope. You got to quickly get it together. And I think if you're those guys, I think you should want this. And I'm excited for the Bills to hopefully show some growth week over week with that defense.
Very good. Thanks, Joe. Always a pleasure.
All right, guys. Thanks for having me.
Joe Marino, Locked On Bills podcast. Subscribe to that Locked On Bills channel, the Herd Mentality Substack. The L22 was great to watch as he's laying all that out. You can check that out. When we get back, more of your phone calls. And I have maybe my favorite stat from week one that might lead to a new pool or a new game. I'll explain. That's next.
There was some social media debate yesterday on how impressive Coleman's performance was. When you saw what he did, mostly in the fourth quarter, how much credit do you think he should get for the stat line that he put up and the plays he made?
You should get a ton of credit. The conversation on social media, I think, is rooted in separation metrics, right? Mm-hmm. And earned separation versus created separation. I don't think that's important. Keon Coleman's never going to be a dynamic separator. That's not who he is. It's not who he's ever been. But there is a way for him to be effective in this offense, and I think we saw exactly that, where he's able to make good plays on the ball and elevate and play above the rim. And when things break down, Josh Allen can find him. And, boy, there's been so much good with that piece of it. And the scramble drill, you saw, of course, against the Ravens on Sunday night. But even when he came back from injury last year, he made some big plays in the scramble drill against Detroit and even the Jets game as well. So that piece is coming on nicely. And I think you've seen teams willing to kind of give him some one-on-one opportunities, and Keon's able to work back down stem and to the football and find some space, right? I think there's been like a mental improvement from Keon Coleman to feel coverage and get himself into some good spots. And so, no, he's not leaving guys in a blender with route running. He's never going to do that. But that doesn't mean he can't find space, get open, make plays, and present a meaningful target for Josh Allen. I think you saw the best of what he can mean for this Bills offense on Sunday night.
I want to get you on Jackson Hawes before we let you go because I know you've got a lot to say about the Bills rookie tight end.
My goodness, this guy's quickly going to become one of my favorites. Obviously, I think the standout to anybody who watched the game was the 29-yard reception on the seam shot where, it's a double catch and he concentrates and hangs on to it. I mean, it's the guy's first target in the NFL as a guy that's billed as a blocking tight end. It's an unbelievable play. I'm not going to lie to you. I thought it was Kincaid. I was there at the game. I was like, that's an unbelievable play by Kincaid. And I get home and I'm like, when was this 29-yard catch from Jackson Hawes? And I had this moment where I'm like, oh my God, that was Jackson Hawes. But it's the blocking. Oh, he's pissing people off. Let me tell you, the way that he's getting after people. I mean, obviously the technique, right? It's the controlled aggression combined with plus technique that makes Jackson Hawes this lethal blocker. He is moving bodies. He is collapsing the entire side of the line of scrimmage to set up James Cook cutback opportunities. He is going to be an X factor in so many ways that aren't going to show up on a box score. And so it's the effectiveness, but then it's the tone setting nature. You saw he was under the skin of so many Ravens defensive players. And so it's nice to have that identity piece for, the physical type of offense the Bills want to deploy. And it's game one, but I'm excited for watching Jackson Hawes for a long time to come.
Trivia, we're going to do a little bit of both. Name the 3 quarterbacks that did not scramble in week 1. 3 quarterbacks did not scramble, and it will lead to a follow-up stat that is my new favorite stat.
On this.
Yeah, get in here, Owen. 3 quarterbacks did not scramble in week 1. Who are they?
Tua.
Wrong.
Oh, he scrambled. Daniel Jones because he didn't have to.
Not correct.
Okay.
He had 2 rushing touchdowns,
he
too.
ran 2 in.
Daniel Jones is a runner.
That wouldn't be a scramble.
Well, whatever. He did.
I just figured that the Dolphins wouldn't come near him. He could just throw from a clean pocket every single play.
Any rushing play from a quarterback we're talking, not just escaping a sack?
Stafford is correct.
Of course.
Yes.
That's
what you're looking for is the guys that refuse to scramble.
Right.
Doesn't mean they didn't leave the. It means you ran on a pass play. Scramble.
Did Rodgers?
He did not. Rodgers, Stafford, and one more.
Is there another old guy?
Flacco. No, Flacco scrambled.
Flacco ran for.
Crazy.
Probably running for his life more than trying to get anything done.
Brock Purdy?
No, Purdy's a runner. This is a little tougher to get, but it's Goff.
Makes sense.
But anyway,
he doesn't run.
This is my favorite stat. This came from Timo Risk of PFF. Last year, Stafford's first scramble of the year was week 12.
Oh, man. That's awesome. What's his rushing line? And if you're looking
like we should start looking at that
for the season.
We should be looping in Stafford under rushing yards every single week.
I had a buddy that did this like 5 years ago where he would bet over half a yard for Matt Ryan every week.
Yeah.
And like it would never hit. Like, why do you keep doing this? Because I just need one play, and then he'd lose it on kneel downs. That's the thing about
that's why Stafford's. They probably don't even put it on the board.
Right.
Because you might get a 4-yard scramble for him, and if he kneels twice,
could you imagine his line is negative?
It really should be negative a half a yard.
It deserves.
Like in any game, they're favored. It should be absolutely.
I'm gonna check.
Like how many rushing yards did he have last year?
We got to remember to do this tomorrow. We just have to bet Stafford under on rushing yards.
He had 41 rushing yards last year.
Stafford. Okay. All after week 12?
And I bet there was one 20-yard run where there was just a giant hole for him to run.
No, I know why. He had 30 carries. You said he didn't scramble to week 12?
Yeah.
40. Those are all QB sneak yards, I bet.
Okay.
I bet those are all QB sneak yards.
Yep.
This year, 4 carries minus 2 yards.
The Rams are at the Titans. Can I get rushing yards yet? Not yet. We're on that this week.
We're
on it.
We'll get there.
Allen went under his rushing total on Sunday because of kneel downs.
That's tough.
He lost 5 yards on 2 kneel downs. Because he was going backwards to get to the it wasn't just a kneel down. He wanted to get Prater likes the left side, I guess.
Yeah.
Right.
So he went back 3 yards to do that, and he went under his rushing total.
I got like 4 buddies that lost parlays on those kneel downs.
Well, let me tell you. Speaking of parlays, I haven't said this yet. During the week, I told you 2 Henry touchdowns, 2 Allen touchdowns. I thought about betting it Thursday and Friday. I had a big bonus balance in my fan. I'm like, well, I'll just put it all in Henry and Allen.
I thought you did do that.
Each to have 2 touchdowns. I didn't until Sunday. I thought, you know what? I looked at that so many times. If that happens and I don't bet it, I'm going to be mad.
Be so mad.
And I put a sizable bet on Henry 2, Allen 2.
Yeah.
And that hit.
Yeah.
And it hit in a way where Jackson Haas catches the ball to 1.
Oh.
It's Allen time, baby. Allen sneaks and doesn't get it.
Right.
Uh-oh. It's James Cook time. Doesn't get it.
Yep.
We're back to Allen. Got it.
Love those moments.
Yeah. Oh, my God. What a ride.
It's the best.
What a ride. So, yeah, that was nice.
Yeah, that's a nice payoff there.
It was my career best
that
win.
Comeback won me some money, too. I had a few parlays that needed them to win.
The comeback lost me a ton of fantasy matchups because that game exploded on points, and I didn't have enough people in it. Anyway, I had Allen in some leagues. All right, when we get back, they did something on ESPN today, and Chris Trapasso has something up as well, which is called basically like Spot the Lie. And I like this. We might want to do it every week. Spot the Lie. What game from week 1 was the outcome least indicative of what will happen going forward? Spot the lie from week 1. We'll go through those, get some more of your phone calls, 803-0550 to join us on WGR.
By the way, Joey Bosa in the locker room was crazy. Like, he's like, I kind of never had been like on a team that could happen, right? Like, he's not taking a shot at the Chargers, but like, look, we all know that the Chargers were kind of known for not being that team who could do something like that. And he said something to the effect of like, you know, at the end of games, a lot of time you're like, okay, you still have to go out there and try hard and put good stuff on film. Like, to actually come back and win, is amazing. And he was just kind of flabbergasted, to be quite honest with you, like how the first game in a Bills uniform taught him a really big lesson, actually. And it was really interesting to hear him talk on that.
I'm wondering about, Sal, the linemen a little bit, seeing that Ed Oliver and Daquan Jones played a little bit more than what their normal average is on defense. And the rookie defensive linemen, their stats about like what the Ravens averaged when Walker and Sanders were in there. And they didn't play a ton. I think it was 13 and 15 snaps. But those two, when they were out there, it didn't seem like it was any sort of advantage or upgrade from what they've had in the past. So tough matchup, though, right? Like, it's the hardest test for those two out of the gates. What do you think about them, the way that rotation kind of shakes out as we go into week 2? Because that's where the whole run defense thing begins, I think.
It does for me, Joe. When I look back and I watch the film, like, I think a lot of the problems were just started with too many holes and missed tackles up front. Right? I mean, you look at the one Derrick Henry run going right to left. I mean, you see that hole that he had to run through, right? I mean, I know that Taylor Rapp took a bad angle, and that's totally on him. I get it. But by the time you're talking about that, he's already 15 yards downfield, right? I mean, that's the area where it's got to be cleaned up first, to me. And then we could talk about the other issues, which there's certainly issues. Safety was not, like, they didn't play that well. I get it. But you can't expect your safeties to be making tackles on Derrick Henry all night long. You have to be better at the line of scrimmage. And I thought there were too many holes. But also, I didn't think the tackling was that great up front. Like, there were times, and we said this on the broadcast, they actually did a good job of getting Derrick Henry to shuffle his feet a few times. Like, he had to go right or left. He wasn't going straight forward. But you know what happened? He moves right, and then suddenly he squeezes through a hole. You can't let that happen, right? So that's the issue. So you talk about, the rookies. Look, they're going to have to play. This isn't what are you going to do? What's the alternative? You're not going out and, replacing Deion Walker and TJ Sanders, and Larry Ogunjobi is suspended and Michael Hoyt is suspended. Those guys will help, midway through the season, basically. So they're going to have to play. And the way the Bills do run their defense. They do have a rotation. Could they keep Daquan Jones and Ed Oliver on the field more? Sure. It's also week 1 and week 2. Like, how much do you want to lean into that right now? So those guys are going to have to play. They're going to have to get better. And the only way they're going to get better is actually by playing. So you just hope that they get better as they go and they can understand.
The Bills practice today, first injury report of the week as they get ready for the New York Jets on Sunday. They have a new punter after releasing Brad Robbins. He had a tough game on Sunday, had a 28-yard punt, averaged under 40. They signed Cameron Johnston, formerly of the Steelers, Texans, and Eagles. He is the new Bills punter. They also signed Matt Prater to the active roster. Elsewhere around the league, the 49ers placed George Kittle on IR. He'll miss 4 games. Juwan Jennings is day-to-day for the Niners. Jalen Carter will not be suspended by the NFL. He will play for the Eagles going forward. He was fined $57,000, a game check, for spitting on Dak Prescott. The Steelers signed safety Jabril Peppers. He's no longer available. That was after they lost to Sean Elliott to a knee injury over the weekend in Week 1. Christian Watson of the Packers signs an extension, 1 year, $13 million to stay in Green Bay. He was going to be a free agent at the end of the year. That's your Paddock Chevrolet sports update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
every style of football, whether it's the way the Bills play or any team, there's going to be advantages to the way that you play. There's going to be disadvantages to the way that you play. Nothing is going to always be great against every team. And this Baltimore team, which is a unicorn in some ways with Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry and what they're able to get done, it just exposes the worst parts of the way the Bills choose to play defense. And, even when you're not even talking about light boxes, right, they kind of corrected that. You still saw the issues. They prioritize matchup style linebackers that thrive playing in space.
Joe Marino of the Lockdown Bills podcast and the Herd Mentality Substack. You want to get those All-22 videos sent to you. Herd Mentality Substack. That's it. The Herd, H-E-R-D, Mentality. Just really great. Joe does great work. All right. That Matthew Stafford getting his first scramble in Week 12. I was trying to think of a game we could play. We used to play the 2nd and 17 game. When you call a run play on 2nd and 17, your season ends. Yeah. We also used to play the who will be the last team to punt inside their opponent's 40. That was a fun one.
Yeah, that's right.
Now,
did anybody do that? Tomlin must have.
I want to go with a last to scramble pool now.
Last to scramble.
It's only down to Rodgers, Goff, and Stafford.
Yeah.
The last to scramble pool. A last to scramble draft could be fun.
Yeah.
10.
You'd get so many guys eliminated in Week 1, though.
Right. Well, I mean, Josh Allen's the last pick.
Right.
Josh Allen's going undrafted,
Yeah, what's the point of that?
Right. 803-0550 to join us in 1-888-552-2550. On the Ravens, on turning our attention to the Jets, and Joe Marino there, who we just played, referred to the Jets as dollar store Ravens. Justin Fields is not Lamar, but he's mobile, and Breece Hall is not Derrick Henry, but he can run. So we'll see if the Bills have better answers. But Joe, if you missed it, laid it at the feet of not the defensive line, but the linebackers being the biggest issue maybe in the game. Safeties were rough, and linebackers being a big issue in how what Baltimore does, even without Patrick Ricard and Isaiah Likely. They ran all over this Bills team, and in large part because the linebackers just it's a poor matchup. So they don't play Baltimore again until maybe they don't play them at all. Maybe
I was going to say they might not.
Maybe the 1 seed is Kansas City plays Baltimore, so you don't have to, and you do want the Chiefs to win that game.
Yes.
And then they come here.
I thought I was playing golf with Sal yesterday, and we said that at one point, what percentage, I don't even think it was a question of who most people would pick, but what percentage of Bills fans right now would say, you only have to play one in a playoff game, which one would you pick? Would it be 90% would say the Chiefs, even though they're 0-4 against the Chiefs in the playoffs and they're 2-0 against the Ravens?
It's a good question.
Because I would definitely say the Chiefs. Wouldn't even be a hesitation. If we went into a divisional round playoff where the Bills were the 1 seed and they're playing Jacksonville, and the other game, they do their business and they're through, and the next game that's on, Ravens and Chiefs, I would be rooting for the Chiefs. Easily rooting for the Chiefs. Nothing to do with I just would be done with the Mahomes part of it because that'd be cool too if they lost. But for the Bills' sake, it wouldn't even be close. Much rather play Kansas City. Aren't the Bills supposed to be supposed to be built defensively to play an offense like the Chiefs? They haven't won, but they're more built that way than all of what that sounds like how they are totally not built to stop a team like the Ravens.
I don't know. The Chiefs might never get off the ground to what they want to be this year. I told you earlier in the week that so Rice coming back will be big because he's a feature for them. They ISO him all the time.
Yep.
Worthy, what's the story there? We don't know how long that's going to be.
He's going to try to play through it at some point. He's not going to do surgery. He's going to wear a brace when he comes back.
If that doesn't work, Tyquan Thornton is the backup plan there, I guess, because he made the team. Kelsey's not what he once has been.
No, the touchdown he had in Week 1, he was wide open.
A busted coverage. Yeah. Almost shouldn't have happened. So anyway, we'll see about that. I like a thing that Chris Trapasso did. I want to play this game, and they were playing it a little bit on ESPN this morning. Spot the lie. Which game from Week 1 is the biggest lie? Which happens sometimes. They were going to seasons where, hey, remember when this team got blown out in Week 1 and then finished 14-2, or this team got a huge win in Week 1 and went 1-15? Basically, the idea was over time, sometimes you get really big, disastrous game 1, and then the ship gets righted. The Bills lost to the Steelers with a blocked punt. Mm-hmm. And then how were they that year? They're fine. Like, it wasn't a sign of any major problem. They lost to the Jets in New York. How was the season? It's fine. You get past it. So spot the lie in week 1. And we can go through some of these games here. Mm-hmm. They're not all up for discussion. I guess they all could be. Would you?
Yeah, to some degree they could be.
I don't know if anyone's going to get too heavy on like Arizona beating the Saints.
No.
But anyway, here are your options. Colts 33-8 over Miami. Colts. All right, I'll give you like narratives. Colts dominate. Yeah. Raiders over Patriots. Bengals struggle against Browns but win. Broncos beat the Titans. Packers beat the Lions, who look toothless. Mm-hmm. Chargers over Chiefs. Rams over Texans. Vikings over Bears. Steelers over Jets. And do you have one that you look at week 1, you think, I wouldn't take any stock in what happened in that individual game?
For both, that's the one.
It can be for one team or both
for
teams.
one team, I definitely look at that Colts-Dolphins game and say, that's not going to be the Colts all year. Like, they are not going to be some 11-win team that is dynamic on offense. They looked amazing in week 1. That game was all about Miami.
Don't forget who they have on defense in their coaching staff now. Lou Anarumo. Like, if they get a good defense,
yep.
Let me give you their schedule.
They could be that. I just cannot see them being an offense that is nearly as productive as they were in that game.
Let's do a very, 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 very fast pick the Colts, how many games they're going to win. They already have one win. You tell me if they're going to win these games. Broncos.
Loss.
Titans.
Win.
Rams.
Loss.
Raiders.
Loss.
Cardinals. Home.
Win.
Chargers.
Loss.
Titans again, this time at home.
Win.
Steelers.
Loss.
Falcons.
Loss.
Chiefs.
Loss.
Texans.
Loss.
Jaguars.
Loss.
Okay, season's over. There you go. You did it.
There's a lot of those games in the middle where like those are going to be close spreads, close games.
Even from there, it's Seahawks, Niners, Jaguars, Texans. Yeah, I feel like
I don't see it.
You have them at 4-3 and then finishing 5-12.
Yeah. The other lie I would say, I saw this on the Lions. The Lions in the first half, they got behind in that game. Like, I think the Packers are great, and I think right now they should be the division favorites, and they look like the challenger to the Eagles in that conference. The Lions, though, they're not. I don't think they're going to be a bad team. I don't think they're going to be fighting for a playoff spot. I think they will be in. They will be good. They will be a double-digit win team. That game, they had long drives that they were putting together that just, like, first half, they went on a 16-play, 78-yard drive. You can tell me if that's actually impressive or not, because there's a lot of small plays in here. That ends at the Green Bay 12-yard line, and they kick a field goal. Then they get the ball back, and they go on another 13-play drive. They go down the field, and Goff throws an interception in the red zone. It's like, that's 2 drives where you get down to the red zone, and you come away with 3 total points. Like, that's their fault, but there will be a lot of games where they come away with 14, and that's a close football game.
I remember a game between the Lions. This happened to the Lions in New England. They lost 33-0 to the Patriots a couple of years ago. It's a Ben Johnson game. And they got.
Wasn't there a game where they went like 0 for 6 on 4th downs or something?
0 for 6. They got into New England territory on every possession.
And like didn't score.
And went 0 for 6 on third, and they lost 33-0 or something like that. It's like, okay, that's an indicator things went sideways. For the Dolphins, so their first possession, interception. And that's interception on their first possession at the Indy 40. Their second possession, this is when a game goes sideways. Tua, sack, fumble. Third possession, punt. Fourth possession is in the third quarter. So you got 3 possessions in the first half, and interception, fumble, punt. Interception, downs, and then your touchdown is a garbage time touchdown. So Tua turned the ball over 3 times. The number of plays the Dolphins ran in this game, it's one of those games where I'm not telling you they're going to be good, but you didn't even run enough plays to know if you're good because you turned it over. Their length of drive for Miami on plays, number of plays. In the first drive, they had 5 plays. Second drive, 2 plays. 8, 6, 7, 9, and then 9 in the end of the game.
Wow.
At halftime, they had, I can do the numbers here, 5 plus 2 plus 8. They had 15 plays in the first half.
Man.
Are they good? Probably not, but I don't know. Everything seems like it's fallen apart for them, and week 1 was a mess.
I can't imagine it turns around, though. Like, that they are.
Well, if it doesn't.
How would it happen? What are they going to be that is, we're a 9-win team that's fighting for the playoffs in the final week of the season. Because their secondary is terrible, and their the middle part of their defense is terrible, and their offensive line is terrible, and their quarterback is fragile and can't take hits, and now their receiving core isn't even good anymore. Like, what's good?
I think what you do is this. If you're a Dolphins fan, you're hoping they figure it out, but they have to figure it out before the season ends. And I've got their schedule here. Ready?
Yeah.
You have to beat the Patriots this week. Have to. That's at home. Mm-hmm. Then you're playing the Bills. See you later. Then you play the Jets, the Panthers, the Chargers, and the Browns. You could, if you could stick around 500 and try to figure it out, try to get your game right. The schedule gets tough. Later in the season, the Dolphins have a stretch of Falcons, Ravens, Bills, Commanders. So you have to win this week. You have to get 2 of your next 3, maybe 3 of your next 4. If you're Miami.
You could.
Miami's schedule, listen, I'm going to put this out there. If they don't start winning soon, T-word, they should tank.
Yes, they should.
They should tank.
Yes, they should.
Because I just gave you their finishing run. I want to give you more of it. Their last, from October 26th on, they play Falcons, Ravens, Bills, Commanders, Saints, Jets, Steelers, Bengals, Bucks, Patriots. You should tank.
Totally. I think there's a couple things that are interesting to me about them, and it's where I would be as a fan if I were them. I would be ready now.
You'd be ready now.
I'd be ready now. Go to the bottom. I'm done. Whatever gets. You know what I would want? I saw this stat yesterday that Chris Greer, this is his 10th season as the Dolphins general manager. He has now set the record for most years as a GM in the NFL without ever winning a playoff game. 10 years in. I think I saw that he's been in the organization since 2000, which is when they last won a playoff game. So I'm ready for the GM to go. I'm ready for the coach to go. I want it to be so bad that they have no choice. You got to blow the whole thing up. I'm done with Tua if I'm them. I'm done with all of it. I want to start over, and I want to be picking first if I'm the Dolphins. Even that, they play the Jets, and maybe they could beat the Patriots this week. Let me scrape my way to 9 wins, and maybe I backdoor it into the 7 seed, so I get my doors blown off by Baltimore in round 1. I wouldn't want that if I'm Miami. Just prolonging the inevitable at that point. So I'd already be wanting to write the obituary on them. Which, listen, I thought this a little bit when they got there. I thought Mike McDaniel, it was going to work, but the one mistake he made, you tied your cart to Tua. And now the team isn't perfect around him, and you're seeing a quarterback that is good when everything is good around him, and when there are problems, he can't lift everything up.
It's not even just that. His record with Tua starting and finishing games is very good. It's Tua's not durable enough. He's had to build an offense
for sure, near perfect when offense. Anybody else comes in and runs it nobody else can do it because it's so tailored to this very specific, unique quarterback that he has.
Yep,
that can only do certain things.
803-0550 is our number, and 1-888-550-2550. Maybe you saw it, maybe you didn't. Mike Vaccaro of the New York Post. There's a piece up at the New York Post. Headline: Josh Allen is the NFL's new unicorn.
A lot of unicorns.
What a time to be alive.
The new unicorn.
The new unicorn.
Unicorn means there's not anything else like him, and there never ever has been, and I think you could say that about him.
It's pretty close.
The Elway comparisons are it's the best you can do, but it's not the same.
I'll say this. I think there might be a little bit of the rivalry clouds what people say. And for Bills fans to get mad at Ravens fans for trashing Allen, a lot of you were just as guilty trashing Lamar. Lamar is unbelievable.
Yep.
He is simply the other unicorn.
There's 2 unicorns that they are.
Josh can be a
Josh is a dragon in
sure.
Lamar's.
Josh can be a narwhal, whatever you want. I don't know. He can be a
narwhal.
Yeah, narwhal. Don't know what a narwhal is?
No, I know what a narwhal is, but do you want to be a narwhal?
Why do you want to be a unicorn? Is a unicorn have powers, or is it just rare?
Yeah, they have powers. Don't they?
What are the powers?
Can't they shoot lasers out of the
unicorns?
Out of the
shoot lasers out of their horns?
Yeah, can't they?
The people that first wrote about unicorns,
they fly. They fly, right?
Hold on, I want to go back. If they fly, they don't have wings.
But I think they fly anyway. It's the magic.
They just
That's
gallop
a
on air.
Pegasus that has wings.
Yeah, Pegasus has wings. A unicorn.
That's right.
Lasers. The people that first crafted
All right, so
unicorns,
Josh is a
lasers
Pegasus.
did not exist.
That's right. All right, so how about Lamar can be the unicorn and Josh is a Pegasus? He does fly through the air more often than Jackson. Jackson doesn't jump over people.
Pegasus is an actual character, though. It's not a Pegasus. He would be Pegasus.
Sure, does unicorn start that way too, though? Pegasus is a character in what? The Idiot or whatever?
The Idiot?
Not the Idiot.
Oof, this is getting better and better.
Yeah. It's football season. I got third string running backs on the mind right now.
Sure.
I can't be reaching into deeper parts of my brain.
But Lamar is just. I said it on Monday or Tuesday. Any idea that we had this early in Lamar's career, right? The game here where he didn't have that big of a game, the comeback win in Baltimore, they're down 20-3 and they win. The Taron Johnson pick six game. That Lamar, you could make a case that, you know what? The Bills have an answer for this guy. Like they don't get beat by him. I don't think you have it anymore. The team that they've built over there right now, you don't have an answer for what he does and Henry and everything that they have. You don't have an answer, which means
who does?
No, I agree. That's the $1 million question, though. All this talk about how the Bills in this game played a low event game, wait for them to make a mistake, blah blah blah. I don't want you to approach it like that in the playoffs.
Right.
I want you to approach it like they approached that Miami game after Miami scored 70, which is, okay, 70's cute. Watch this. And they just foot to the gas pedal the whole way.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if they will, but I don't want to be passive in the playoffs. And they've done it multiple years. They did it against Kansas City 2 years ago.
To get to that point, though, I think they have to have an acceptance that you're not going to stop this team.
I have an acceptance that you're not going to stop this
team.
And
I wonder if they do. Maybe they thought from the playoff game, like we found a blueprint that keeps them a little bit. They scored less than 30 points in that game, right? Against Baltimore, that's a win. However you get to that place. You keep them under 30, that's a huge win. And how many times do you need to see them look like they did on Sunday to realize like that's not going to happen very often?
You held them to below 30 because you held them to 25 because of a drop 2-point conversion. So that's 27 and it's tied in the fourth.
Uh-huh. But that's a win. That's a win against that offense.
I know. 25 is a win.
That is as good as you're going to do. However you get it. Yeah, I don't know. Like, again, part of it is like, I don't know what else they're supposed to do differently defensively, which means the onus goes to the offense.
Yes.
Unless you believe, like, Michael Hoyt is going to make that much of a difference that they're going to stop Henry and that's going to make a 10-point difference between the Week 1 game and if you see them again. And I just don't. I think he's a good player. I think Ogunjobi could be a good player for them, but I don't see them being so much better on defense in 5 months that I'll be thinking, oh, no, they can handle them on defense and play that low event style. Like, no, I think they're going to have to score points against that team.
Meanwhile, the AFC West, 2 years ago we thought it was the case. Now it is. Find the bad team. It's the Raiders.
It's probably the Raiders, and they look decent.
They are not bad.
They look decent.
They are not bad. The Chargers and the Broncos and the Chiefs, that will be a 3-team race.
The Broncos didn't look good, but they played a really bad team that kept dropping the football.
Yeah.
But I still like them for the year. Their defense is awesome. They turned the ball over a lot. That could have been a little bit of it, too. Yeah, that's 1-4. Is that the best division in football right now?
Yes.
Like without having a weak spot?
Yes.
Because every other division seems to have like at least one bad team. Maybe the NFC West, you would say, doesn't have a bad team either.
Let's get a call in here. John in Cheektowaga. Yeah, John, quickly before the break. Go ahead.
Yeah, what you just said, I was going to mention when I called. That Miami game was right after they scored 70 points. They've been the same team ever since then. McDaniel's had 2.5 seasons, almost 3 seasons, to adjust. And I think it's because of Tua. Tua just cannot, once he gets sacked or fumbles or throws a pick, he kind of loses his composure. And I'm sure he's had talks with him where he said, listen, unlike Josh, he's just not a physical presence where, his size really hurts him, I think. Do you guys agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, that's been, I think the question about them is the league has figured you out on offense, and what's your pivot? And I don't know how many pivot options you have when you have a limited quarterback. So that might be a lot of it. I think their pivot has been, we're just going to throw the ball really short. That's it. We're going to throw the ball really short, and we're going to run the ball a lot. They ran the ball. For all the talk about how much the Bills went from a pass-heavy team to a run-heavy team, the Dolphins did that, like, multiplied. So that is it. I think the coach is kind of stuck at, I got to pivot. The league knows they've gone one full year without Tyreek Hill catching a 30-yard pass. But I don't know what option you have when you can't roll the guy out of the pocket. You can't throw the ball to certain parts of the field. That's what Xavier Howard, the Colts corner, said on Sunday. He's like, we literally just left the sidelines open. Like, go ahead, throw to the sidelines. We're going to take the middle short game away from you and see what you do. And the Dolphins didn't have an option. They didn't have anywhere to go with the ball. So I don't know. I think they're stuck. I think it's going to get worse and worse. But maybe the coach gets fired after the Bills game.
803-0550. Thanks, John, for the phone call. 1-888-550-2550 to join us. What do we got when we get back? Let me find some stuff I haven't yet been able to get to that's on my list of things to do. Rivalry uniforms?
Rivalry uniforms
Are they available today?
Today.
Listen, if they're not selling a Deion Dawkins rivalry uniform immediately, we riot. Immediately.
Mm-hmm.
Dawkins should have been the first one to get one. I think I've seen like 4 or 5 options will be available, and I do not see Dawkins.
I have not seen it either.
All right, well, here we go.
I hope they have them. I'm not confident right now.
They better have it. All right, Jeremy and Joe on WGR. I want to get you on Jackson Hawes before we let you go because I know you've got a lot to say about the Bills' rookie tight end.
My goodness, this guy's quickly going to become one of my favorites. Obviously, I think the standout to anybody who watched the game was the 29-yard reception on the seam shot where, it's a double catch and he concentrates and hangs on to it. I mean, it's the guy's first target in the NFL as a guy that's billed as a blocking tight end. It's an unbelievable play. I'm not going to lie to you. I thought it was Kincaid. I was there at the game. And I was like, that's an unbelievable play by Kincaid. And I get home and I'm like, when was this 29-yard catch from Jackson Hawes? And I had this moment where I'm like, oh, my God, that was Jackson Hawes. But it's the blocking. Oh, he's pissing people off. Let me tell you, the way that he's getting after people. I mean, obviously the technique, right? It's the controlled aggression combined with plus technique that makes Jackson Hawes this lethal blocker. He is moving bodies. He is collapsing the entire side of the line of scrimmage to set up James Cook cutback opportunities. He is going to be an X factor in so many ways that aren't going to show up on a box score. And so it's the effectiveness, but then it's the tone setting nature. You saw he was under the skin of so many Ravens defensive players. And so it's nice to have that identity piece for, the physical type of offense the Bills want to deploy. And it's game one, but I'm excited for watching Jackson Hawes for a long time to come.
There was some social media debate yesterday on how impressive Coleman's performance was. When you saw what he did, mostly in the fourth quarter, how much credit do you think he should get for the stat line that he put up in the plays he made?
You should get a ton of credit. The conversation on social media, I think, is rooted in separation metrics, right?
Mm-hmm.
And earned separation versus, created separation. I don't think that's important. Keon Coleman's never going to be a dynamic separator. That's not who he is. It's not who he's ever been. But there is a way for him to be effective in this offense, and I think we saw exactly that, where he's able to make good plays on the ball and elevate and play above the rim. And when things break down, Josh Allen can find him. And, boy, there's been so much good with that piece of it. And the scramble drill, you saw, of course, against the Ravens on Sunday night. But even when he came back from injury last year, he made some big plays in the scramble drill against Detroit and even the Jets game as well. So that piece is coming on nicely. And I think you've seen teams willing to kind of give him some one-on-one opportunities, and Keon's able to work back down stem and to the football and find some space, right? I think there's been like a mental improvement from Keon Coleman to feel coverage and get himself into some good spots. And so, no, he's not leaving guys in a blender with route running. He's never going to do that. But that doesn't mean he can't find space, get open, make plays, and present a meaningful target for Josh Allen. I think you saw the best of what he can mean for this Bills offense on Sunday night.
League can do, right? It's just amazing what this league can freaking do. This guy has the skinniest legs on the planet and comes in and makes the game-winning kick. And he's old as smoke. I love him to death. I'm glad that he still got it. He just put something else in his history book of being a legend. I'm thankful for him. I'm glad that he's here. And like I said before, let's keep his old ass in Buffalo.
Matt Prater.
Good start.
How's Tyler Bass feel right now?
Should probably feel a little nervous.
We have the date for the Bills' holiday touchdown love story premiere, November 22nd. Maybe you knew that. But the people that are going to be in the movie were at Highmark for some promotional stuff.
Okay.
I also saw... Hold on. I got to do a thing here.
They were Highmark on Sunday?
Yeah.
For promotional stuff?
I'm looking.
I did see a trailer. There was a trailer dropped for this movie.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Maybe you have to see who's in it.
Tease.
I'm currently searching that couple on Instagram that's really cheesy and they sing songs and stuff because I'm 99% sure they were at the game.
They have not appeared in my algorithm, so I'm not sure.
I have
who
no
you're
idea
talking
their
about.
names. They're
a couple who sing songs.
They sing and perform on Instagram, and it's very, very elaborate and cheesy and humorous and lighthearted, I guess. I don't know who they are. If I saw their faces, I could tell you who they are. So
I don't know.
I also don't know. And this
Are they from? Could they be from Buffalo?
No.
You think you would know if they were from Buffalo?
No, definitely not.
They're definitely not.
If they were from Buffalo, we would all know that. They're definitely not from Buffalo. I don't know who they are. I'm going to get bombarded with, are these the people that sing on Instagram? Anyway. 803-0550 to join us. 1-888-550-2550. What do you got?
We were just talking in the break a little bit. There was a stat that was circulating on Twitter yesterday from Josh Dubow of the AP. So before Sunday, when the Bills won, Josh Allen had been 0-16 when starting a drive, trailing by a score in the final 4 minutes, playoffs included, before that drive on Sunday. Only Brad Johnson had been worse since 2000. That is a Bill stat. More than it is a Josh Allen stat.
Because
I think
he won the 13 seconds game twice.
Right. Also, there was the New England game a couple of years ago where Mac Jones drove the ball down the field and won it with like 10 seconds to go. There's the Hail Murray game where they drive down against the Cardinals. He throws a game-winning touchdown to Diggs, and then Kyler Murray throws it to DeAndre Hopkins, and it's game over. There were a couple of games where he tied it. Minnesota, after they blew the lead, he drove down with 31 seconds left and tied it. So I don't know if that has to be a completely irrelevant stat, but it's not a Josh Allen stat to me. Because there were a lot of games where he did the job and then his defense couldn't close it. And Sunday, you didn't need the defense to close it because they expertly executed it down to the wire. But still, very surprising to see that. The first thing I thought of was the GM saying after last season, I'd take the ball down 3 with 2 minutes to go every time. Like, oh, yeah, you would, because the team's never won in that environment. Not his fault, not the quarterback's fault.
No, that's right.
But they've never won in that situation. Now they have.
Matt and Clarence is up. Hey, Matt, good morning.
Oh, am I up?
You're up.
Oh, just listening to you guys talk about the Dolphins, like, if the Bills' offense continues rolling like this, I'm pretty sure Brady will get a head coaching job next year. Mm-hmm. And if the Dolphins struggle and McDaniel gets fired, I wouldn't hate the idea of McDaniel coming to Buffalo and trying to resurrect his coaching career. Like, I'd be super excited to have him as an offensive coordinator just because, what he did with Tua, what could he do with Allen?
Yep, he'd be on my list if we cross that bridge in the next offseason. And I wouldn't want to indict him for everything that's happened there. I think there's only so much you can do. And he would also be a Shanahan-style coach. Just be curious to see how that looks with Allen, although I think Brady runs some of those types of concepts. So, yeah, he's a guy. He's a name. I think he'll get fired. He right now, I heard Mike ask this question yesterday. Who would you take right now to be the first coach fired, Mike McDaniel or the field?
Mike McDaniel.
Wouldn't you take McDaniel? Because that's who I would take.
Yeah, it's coming off the tracks real quick over there.
Yep. Thanks, Matt.
It could be Dable's another option for this. I don't know who else could be like on the verge, but it's going to be McDaniel
to be fired.
First one fired for sure. I don't even know. I don't know how he could make it to the end of the year. I guess you went through the schedule. That could be how he falls into 7-8 wins. And he keeps it on the tracks just long enough to make it to the end of the year. But I think that is absolutely ending this year.
803-0550. Thank you to the person on Twitter. Now, I don't see anything on their feed. The Holderness family. Yes. I swear I saw them walking into the stadium.
Yeah?
Yes. They're on Instagram. They do a lot of cheesy videos and cool, whatever, fun stuff. But I don't see that they posted anything. But.
Okay. Don't you think they probably would have? Wouldn't they have been singing Mr. Brightside at the end?
You think?
If that's their thing. By the way, now that McDaniel is the favorite, first coach fired, obviously. Want to take a stab at who the first quarterback benched favorite is?
Yeah, I do want to take a shot
First
at that.
Quarterback benched. Who's the favorite?
First quarterback benched.
I think he got off to a pretty slow start. Not a great start. As you'd expect for the favorite.
As I would expect for this player? Or
you would expect the favorite to be the first quarterback bench to not have had a very good week one.
No, but I'm saying
it's not Daniel Jones.
Is it Russell Wilson?
It's Russell Wilson.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, Brian Daboll was asked about it. Is Russ going to start? And
right.
I was immediately, my brain was going to young rookies that didn't play. I'm like, oh, J.J. McCarthy played, second-year guy. What are the rookies that didn't play? And Jackson Dart's the answer, yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah, and then Rattler and Flacco are the next two after that. And then Caleb Williams, which I think that's a ridiculous line. Why would they bench Caleb Williams?
They did lock up Tyson Bagent to a deal. They did. They signed Tyson Bagent to
They did. That was a weird contract when I saw it. It wasn't like $9 million.
He's kind of maybe kind of okay good. Yeah.
Is he, or are we just thinking about how Collinsworth used to compare him to Mahomes?
Well, that's the thing about getting a coach like Ben Johnson is, you take that job because you have Caleb, and Ben Johnson might be like a Shanahan-level offensive mind where it's like, listen, I can find someone else to do this. I know I'm good.
Right.
That's Shanahan, that's McVay, that's Matt LaFleur, that tree of I know I'm good. Right? When LaFleur lost Jordan Love for a couple games, who went in?
Malik Willis.
And he was totally respectable?
Totally fine. After he was horrible in Tennessee.
I think Ben Johnson is that level of, all right, we're going to let Caleb figure some things out because I'm ready to win some games, and I know I'm good.
Well, what might be a weird dynamic there, too, is don't the Shanahan guys like quarterbacks that keep it all in structure, right? Like, my offensive scheme, my concepts, that's going to be getting guys open. Like, you just got to stay within the frame of that, and that's going to work. How do those guys usually feel about quarterbacks like Caleb Williams who are going outside of structure all the time?
That's what I mean. Yeah.
All the time. Like, really, like, Purdy doesn't do that with Shanahan, and Darnold never did that with Minnesota, with O'Connell, and with Ben Johnson. Goff didn't do that. Like, those guys don't like the out-of-structure guys, generally. Garoppolo has been the quarterback that's run that system, too. But still, Caleb Williams, first overall pick to be benched at some point during this year. It'd have to go pretty poorly.
Mike in a car is up. Hey, Mike, good morning.
Hey, guys. Brady. I mean, following up on what you guys were talking about earlier, I just don't get how what he did in the second and third series of the game. You talked about maybe that the Bills thought that they were going to be able to stop the Ravens. What does that have to do with it? The point is that you put points on the board, and the conservatism that he showed in that second and third drive, those stupid wide receiver screens, the run on second and 1 and third and 1, the 3 2-point conversions. I mean, where was the ingenuity? Where was the announcer says, here we go. This is the biggest play of the year, biggest play of the game. He's going to draw up something special for this 2-point conversion, and he throws a corner pass to Coleman, which is even in the best case scenario is a 50-50 ball. I mean, there just seems to be, and it goes back to last year when we tried that quarterback sneak 5 times and failed 4 times on big situations against Baltimore, against Kansas City. And it's like, where's the ingenuity? Where's I'm going to do something different that nobody's ever seen. I'm going to surprise these guys. He did it once with the Moore handoff inside, which was a great 8-yard gain. But it's like we've got these big situations, and there's nothing. There's nothing different. There's nothing surprised. Let's make Josh throw a perfect pass to a guy in the corner of the end zone on a play which may cost us, if we don't make it, may cost us the game. And you think you would have drawn up something special. Yeah. I don't know.
Thanks, Mike. I mean, fades are statistically low probability plays. Now, some receivers are going to be better than others, and I'd rather throw it to Keon Coleman than pretty much anybody else on the team, maybe, if you're going to do like a post-up kind of fade. That said, without getting too far down on that, I will admit to something. I find myself a little frustrated. The offense is great, not complaining.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just admitting this. Safe space, circle of trust. That I get a little frustrated with, like, okay, an Allen sneak for not much. If you're going to do it, it's got to work all the time, to me. Otherwise, when it doesn't work, when it gets bottled up, I think, man, there's just no other idea than try this again. And they got that way with Dorsey, too. Dorsey would be like 3 in a row from Allen inside the 2. And I think, you don't have plays?
Mm-hmm.
So sometimes it works and it's all great. And other times, I got Josh in fantasy, so I do like those. But I do sometimes think, how about some, well, whatever. I don't want to complain. They scored 41.
They scored 41.
When they almost scored 25 if a pass didn't get deflected into the arms of a receiver. But still. Anyway.
Yeah, I didn't like the first half either. I had a bigger problem with the screens than I did with anything. But it was the timing of the screens. And it's also like, you got to live and die sometimes with, like, Josh checks into that. And sometimes he'll check into a screen on 3rd and 6, and I'm going, what is he doing? And then he'll also check into, let me put James Cook next to me and run him out to the flat on the right, and it's a 50-yard play that Allen got them into.
But the key the key difference on that is if you check into a play and the alignment is such that, like, it ends up, I'm checking to a tight end screen, I feel like I'm capped on that.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas James Cook, I got Cook in space. That I do like. Anyway, they scored 41. We got to shut up and move on to the Jets at some point. Maybe not. It was such a great game, we probably shouldn't. Extendo Sports coming up, 803-0550 on WGR.
I'm wondering about, Sal, the linemen a little bit, seeing that Ed Oliver and Daquan Jones played a little bit more than what their normal average is on defense. And the rookie defensive linemen, their stats about like what the Ravens averaged when Walker and Sanders were in there. And they didn't play a ton. I think it was 13 and 15 snaps. But those two, when they were out there, it didn't seem like it was any sort of advantage or upgrade from what they've had in the past. So tough matchup, though, right? Like, it's the hardest test for those two out of the gates. What do you think about them, the way that rotation kind of shakes out as we go into week 2? Because that's where the whole run defense thing begins, I think.
It does for me, Joe. When I look back and I watch the film, like, I think a lot of the problems were just started with too many holes and missed tackles up front. Right? I mean, you look at the one Derrick Henry run going right to left. I mean, you see that hole that he had to run through, right? I mean, I know that Taylor Rapp took a bad angle, and that's totally on him. I get it. But by the time you're talking about that, he's already 15 yards downfield, right? I mean, that's the area where it's got to be cleaned up first to me. And then we could talk about the other issues, which there's certainly issues. Safety was not, like, they didn't play that well. I get it. But you can't expect your safeties to be making tackles on Derrick Henry all night long. You have to be better at the line of scrimmage. And I thought there were too many holes. But also, I didn't think the tackling was that great up front. Like, there were times, and we said this on the broadcast, they actually did a good job of getting Derrick Henry to shuffle his feet a few times. Like, he had to go right or left. He wasn't going straight forward. But you know what happened? He moves right, and then suddenly he squeezes through a hole. You can't let that happen, right? So that's the issue. So you talk about, the rookies. Look, they're going to have to play. This isn't what are you going to do? What's the alternative? You're not going out and, replacing Deion Walker and TJ Sanders, and Larry Ogunjobi is suspended and Michael Hoyt is suspended. Those guys will help, midway through the season, basically. So they're going to have to play. And the way the Bills do run their defense, they do have a rotation. Could they keep Daquan Jones and Ed Oliver on the field more? Sure. It's also week 1 and week 2. Like, how much do you want to lean into that right now? So those guys are going to have to play. They're going to have to get better. And the only way they're going to get better is actually by playing. So you just hope that they get better as they go and they can understand.
Hey, quick on our YouTube stream and feed. We're about 400 away from 10,000 subscribers.
Mm-hmm.
This thing's only, still kind of getting off the ground. So if you haven't, jump in and let's get a subscriber surge. You have the 10,000.
Yeah.
You could see us every day. Who would want to do that?
Right.
You could tune in after a primetime game and say, let's see how tired they look. It's right there for you.
Well, we'll get one of those again in a week.
Yeah. And then another week and a half. They have 3 of the first 5 in prime time.
Yeah.
Which is
the game everyone can't wait for, the Saints game.
Yes.
Well rested and after a big win.
After the New England game, then it's what? Monday night. Another prime time.
Yeah, Monday night.
And then a week off. And then 1 o'clock for Carolina.
I don't think we have is there another night game after that? Don't they only have one?
Then it's 4:25.
Houston. Houston's
That's
night,
right, Thursday night.
The Bills have signed Fidarian Mathis, which is a great name.
Hold on, let me guess the position.
Fidarian Mathis.
Defensive tackle.
Bam. Got it on the nose. Jets defensive tackle. So this is a little Intel signing.
Intel.
Yep.
How does that work? I need. That's what I need. Hard Knocks. You signed with the team you're about to play.
Yeah.
And they bring him in like, Fidarian, oh, buddy. And you give there's a dinner is out for him. Keys to a car over here. Oh, would you like to take this for a spit, Fidarian, Math? Come on. So, how's your time with the Jets? Yes, yeah. What do you think of that defense over there? Give us their calls right now.
He shows up to his locker. He's like, "Oh, where's my equipment?" And he looks at. There's just a questionnaire.
Yeah.
About what will the Jets run in this situation? What are these questions? The Cowboys also are having Jadeveon Clowney in for a visit today.
Okay.
Shame they need a pass rusher. Don't know where they could have got one of those. Parsons had a sack playing didn't he play 9 snaps?
Yeah, it was.
He was awesome. Yeah.
803-0550. You can call the Extra Point Show because we're done. Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show is coming up. You can tune in. Derek and Zach are going to pop in here. We're back tomorrow. It's ahead of a Commanders-Packers game. Less than a month away from the Sabres preseason. That's cool.
Less than 2 weeks?
Sabres season.
Less than 2 weeks from the preseason.
That's right. All right, back tomorrow. Cheers. Jeremy White here for FanDuel Sportsbook, official partner.